Well, hello everyone, and welcome to this episode of Extra Extra. I'm glad you all can join us tonight. This is just going to be a pretty chill stream, pretty chill, laid back stream where I'm pretty much just going to go over some of the stuff. It's going to be a little bit of a I guess catch up show with some of the stuff we missed because we had an extra long break, and then also on top of that, kind of getting things ready for Saturday because there's some of this stuff that I'm trying to decide whether I want to cut it down or how I want to do it. So we may just handle it here, or at least go over it in more detail than we would be able to Saturday, because usually we got a lot of stuff to go through. I hope that I'm appropriately 90s up for everyone with the leather jacket and the t-shirt, gotta love us. Some good old anime going on here. So, without further ado, I think we should start off with a little bit of catch up on the Houston Wade situation. Because things move fast. We still have the hearing that's supposed to happen on the 9th, I believe it is. We'll see if we even get there, because quite frankly, as far as Houston Wade's concerned, he's kind of super fucked. Whatever Gardner Wade says, originally, if you'll recall, during the live stream, sorry, I've got a bunch of snacks and popcorn because I'm just going to be enjoying this evening as we go over some of this stuff because it's also kind of ridiculous. Last time, during the Baggy Awards, we had given a shout out to Gardner Wade for just owning that his brother got busted for basically trying to solicit an 11-year-old child, or what he believed to be an 11-year-old child. Since then, he has retraced those steps rapidly, searching for the truth at this point. Remember that people are innocent until proven guilty in the U.S. Motive of revenge is in question. What motive of revenge? Like, the idea that someone gives so many fucks about Houston Wade that they would intricately plot to try and get NCIS, the local police department, and the county police department involved in this sting operation, and then carefully organize it so that Houston Wade would go to a hotel with a bag full of fucking sex toys. You have to be the biggest idiot, or what I think is more the case with Gardner Wade, you want to believe your brother didn't fucking do this. Like, I get it. I get it a whole lot. That, your brother is being charged with one of the most heinous acts that someone could be possibly charged with, and you do not want to believe in any way that that is true. The Wade family tradition, dropping one speck of integrity. Yeah, dropping the one speck of integrity they find, yeah. Because we had the same situation, like we had given props to Houston Wade before this, for checking out of GameStop because of all of the nonsense that Ryan Cohn was up to, and then this happens. So, yeah, there's that too. But I just keep coming back to that. It feels like it's just no one wants to believe that a family member is capable of this sort of thing, and as it's just the evidence are so hugely against Houston Wade at this point. Speaking of which, let me reorganize this a little bit. We did get the arrest footage. I'm not going to go over it. It's like 40 some minutes, and I'll be quite honest, it's like nothing real interesting happens. Like, I get this. I'm glad that it is up for posterity for you to review. Not popcorn munching material. It's very boring. Houston just surrenders, which is good. Good. Nobody got hurt. No one had to get hurt over this. But yeah, there's nothing really interesting that happens here. I do like that Landvik has preserved this on YouTube for posterity. Much appreciation there, sir. Thank you very much. However, also nothing happens in this real 10-minute video of Houston Wade being transported. I mean, he doesn't even say anything on his way there. So again, I appreciate that's been preserved for posterity, but nothing really of note there. What is something that was of note? Let me skip ahead a little bit here to, yeah, right as they're about to enter. We do get the execution of the search warrant. I'm going to go ahead and let it get to the point here. A bit.
Get some overall photos, or
so
set this out right in here.
This, I will say, this video is the one I was interested in, because we had already known that they had found illicit things at the hotel. So I was kind of curious how this search in particular. This is also up on Landvic's channel. It was posted 5 hours ago. This is the execution of the search warrant at the hotel that Houston Wade allegedly was planning to take what he believed to be an 11-year-old girl. So.
we should probably start out at the front door too. Maybe work our way in. I'm gonna crumple a bag up and lock this door open.
Yeah, so they don't have to constantly have someone use the card or open the door for them. Yeah, I saw your screen caps of this, Manuel. Yeah, I haven't watched all of it yet, but I get the feeling I've got most of the points that are really pertinent here from having watched your clip show of it on X. I don't think that envelope's going to do that for you, Chief. Oh, maybe. Okay, there we go. Well, ingenuity.
Did you get the room number 2?
This is why a doorstop should be in every police kit. Sorry, I've got to interject some humor into this. This is going to be very, very bad.
Sign.
Okay, they're going to spend this time taking lots of pictures, as you do when you're doing evidence. And then, as we get in here, he's already got stuff set up on the night table next to the bed, which is disgusting.
You got like a vibrator or a dildo, condom, lube, whatever that is.
I like the cop's description here. It's like vibrator, lube, whatever the fuck that is. I don't want to know, and I don't care to address it right now. So, moving on.
You have gloves on.
Yeah. This is not lube. Let's shot of that. And this is, what the hell is this?
Gel.
Oh, intimate toys.
Yeah.
It's a
So
a stimulant of some sort.
stimulator, like thing or something. And that's another vibrator.
Oh, it is?
Yeah. It's like a little.
Just know that you're touching your phone after you're touching those tiddly bits.
It looks all brand new.
Yeah, wash your phone afterwards, dude.
Condoms out. Yeah, hold on.
Get his buddy there to help him out.
Jeez.
He was optimistic.
He was optimistic. God damn it.
Okay.
Yeah. 4 condoms. Okay.
And then let me hold on. Let me get the scale and set it up there. Yeah.
That's interesting. There's some writing. It's only filled up to there.
Scale, that looks
he's
like a
used
ruler,
it.
dude.
So let's put that down. Let's get one just with like that.
His entire kit on display, I'd scrub that with alcohol inside and out, yeah. Well, we haven't even gotten to the duffel bag yet.
And then let's flip this.
Does that thing have a fucking handle on it?
And then Oh, slippery.
Yeah, it's a little slippery.
Did you get a good,
Yeah, that'll be better.
never sticky or tacky? And we got a good picture of that. Okay.
All right. So here's the okay. It wasn't a duffel bag. It was just a backpack.
Oh,
Still,
what's all this?
what's in the bag?
Yep, you guessed it. So this looks like, Jason, what are we gonna, we're gonna seize this? It's not, so we're just gonna take everything of his?
Yeah,
Okay,
Okay, so that looks like bathroom supplies.
since this was in the
toiletries.
backpack. Okay, and then,
And then here's the
Oh.
actual stuff.
oh,
Yeah,
Oh.
I would absolutely agree. Definitely an A-class predator because he's about to get to the extra kinky stuff.
Okay, so we've got
Ribbon.
ribbon,
It's like
which
a
is
standard
used in
Walmart ribbon and a roller.
BDSM. We've got straps.
Yep, because you've got the
So let's set
Velcro.
this. Let's have you get a picture of that.
Just sit on the bed.
Okay.
See, I haven't even gotten to this part yet.
I think this is his go bag.
Definitely go there.
So those are some bondage straps.
Well, I like that. Like, this is information that was good that we didn't get in the original report because the police are already suspecting this is his go bag, as if he's prepped for this before. Now, again, conjecture. We don't know this for sure, but that's the assumption the police are rolling on, that he has a go bag because he's prepared to do this and has prepared to do this more than once.
Well, I'm not sure what that is. Hot Extreme Booty Glide Personal Lube. So that must be for anal play. So a castle bag. Let's see if there's a receipt in here.
Oh, fuck. You are so fucked. Yeah. There definitely is a receipt.
I don't have my reader.
Not that not having the receipt would keep them from being able to figure it out. I mean, they could still try and figure out based on your credit card details and prove your purchase. But, like, just, you know, I guess hand them everything that they could possibly need to screw you for the in court while you're at it.
Can you tell?
Oh,
this is.
Use their camera.
I don't want to put my readers on this go.
Use your camera. He needs the magnifying
Oh, there
function
you
of
go.
the camera.
That date doesn't
Yeah,
look right.
yeah, he's doing what I usually do.
That looks
when
like
I don't
2018.
have my glasses handy. Just take a picture
It's-
and then
This is 26 of 18.
Yeah, had it for a while.
All right.
26. What do you say? Because it sounded like they had a date there.
26 of 18.
You never know when you'll need to return your 8-year-old lube. Gotta keep that receipt. Well, clearly rubbing my axe, you have not heard of my secret method for returning products. There's only one reason that I buy certain products from Walmart, and it's because I know that they'll keep it in stock. And if something breaks or I need to return it and it's outside the return window, you just buy a new version of that item and then return the old product to get rid of it. I'm giving away my secrets.
Had it for a while.
All right, Rod. Let's have you get pictures of. Got. Oh, I thought it'd be
5.
8. It's only 5. Yeah. Oh, here's more ribbon.
So you needed 2 runs of ribbons. Jesus.
Oh. Oh, that touched my pant leg. I don't even know what that is.
Washed. You better wash those fucking pants, my dude. Oh, don't know where that's ever been.
Yeah, some kind of.
It looks used.
Oh.
Ah. Okay, so
Yeah,
here's
I
more
would have the
bondage
same
rope.
feelings.
Oh, an empty bag.
Mm-hmm.
There's
More,
some,
more Velcro. Are you
maybe
fucking
some new
serious?
bondage straps.
Like he's got like 3 like
Oh,
groups of,
geez. Oh, gosh.
and that one
Okay.
hasn't been.
That's a strap.
I think.
It's got it's a strap on.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna skip over that. All right.
And in green, not.
Thank you for the music. That was not necessary. We got the punchline. And so yeah, they're gonna file their report. He's gonna sanitize the shit out of his fucking phone. I don't blame you, dude. And that's looks to be pretty much the end of that video. But yeah. Yikes. I'd say he's fucked. Look, you find all that stuff in a hotel, and that's pretty open shot. You know, just between you, me, and the Fins posts. Now, personally, I still think that we haven't even gotten to the more damning stuff, because the minute they get his phone records and they prove that he was the one that used the app, or get his computer hard drives, because I don't know about you, maybe show of hands in the chat, how many people think that Houston Wade was smart enough to encrypt his hard drive? Nobody? I think we're on the same page with that one. We do not think Houston Wade was smart enough to encrypt his hard drive. So they, like, look, if what is true, if what in the complaint is true, there is no way there is not stuff on his hard drive. And I don't think Houston Wade's smart enough, if he did do this, to encrypt his hard drive. It's just no, he didn't. That was a thing that did not happen. Yeah. We already got 2 people in the chat. Nope, definitely did not encrypt his hard drive. Okay. We'll take that unofficial poll as truth. We'll move from that, now that we've gotten the Houston Wade stuff, and move to some of the extraneous stuff. There have been people of 2 minds on the Houston Wade side of things, and that is the people who have pretty much admitted that Houston Wade is exactly who he is on his subreddit, and then there's people who have basically been massive levels of cope. Like, yeah, like this here, the video doesn't show anything. Like, what crack pipe are you fucking smoking? Let's see here, what else? Update from Gardner Wade. Yeah, just people basically, for the most part, from what I've seen from his boards, it's mostly people are slowly waking up to the truth that Houston Wade is and has always been a liar, and that he's been lying to them about who he is for a very long time. However, there are people who have been having massive amounts of cope. I would say they're in the minority, but they're definitely not a small population of his group. That being said, I found this post to be of interest. Now, whether this person has been an ICAC officer, UC officer, or not, you know, I'll let you decide if you want to believe. But what this user said, I tend to agree with. I hate to be the one to break it to you, but this officer conducted a textbook perfect investigation. I'd agree. It was really impressive. Let him do all the escalating to sexual conversations. Right, because you can't put that thought into their head, or it's entrapment. You can only progress the conversation. You have to let the idea of escalating to the sexual nature of the conversation be the person who be the person you're targeting. Because if you're the one putting the idea of sexual conduct into their head, they can just say entrapment and they'll get off with it. So you have to let them lead the conversation. And that's what happened here the whole way, as far as we know right now. Of course he denies it. Just like he denied defaming someone, lost a case and lost an appeal and owes a massive judgment. Just like he lies about his education and accomplishments. Dude is a compulsive liar and a psychopathic narcissist, I would agree. As someone who worked in those squads for 20 plus years, this is what I can verify and guarantee to you based upon the charging documents alone. This was not his first time pursuing a prepubescent girl. I think most of us have come to that conclusion, looking at the evidence, that this was not his first attempt. And 2, a search of his devices most likely will turn up evidence that will add to the list of charges. And that's what I think. Like, what will silence the doubters is when information comes out about what's on his devices. Not just his cell phone, but his computer or whatever else. Because there's no way he does not have a collection, as it were. And from having listened to some of these Discord predators, from like listening to, oh man, what's the channel? I know I've had him on a couple times that does like the Discord stuff. Like, I'll give another example. I read the book Tracers in the Dark, which is about using the blockchain to discover crypto crimes. One of the things that they talked about in there was that they were busting this child sex ring that had used cryptocurrency as the exchange medium to pay for things. And they had talked about how usually how, when you're dealing with explicit material, dealing with children, you don't want a money trail, obviously. And it's really hard not to. And if you're paying in cash, you have to meet in person. That's why a lot of them nowadays kind of use crypto, but now, because of the blockchain, it's easy to trace them. Most people have figured out. But usually the chief way that this kind of materials exchange is it's like for like. Your proof of being part of the club of creepy people who trade child stuff is having it. And you will exchange like for like. So that's kind of your community proof. Your social proof is you have it. And you exchange stuff that you don't have between each other. Rather than exchanging money for it or anything like that. So your social proof is you have your own collection that you've built from the obscene stuff you've done or have found or whatever. And you trade it for other obscene material with other people who are of like mind. It's really disgusting. It's really creepy. It's really nasty. But yeah. So that's why I think once they get to his other devices, if the charges are true, they'll find it. Just by nature of how this works, they'll find it. And that's why I was more interested in the hotel search, his devices, his computer. Those are the 3 things that I think will just seal this for the police. ICAC squads get many thousands more cyber tips than they can possibly follow each year. I had a parent who didn't work at Child Protective Services, but worked at, adult. I guarantee you it's the same way for, maybe not as much with Child Protective Services because people, people have a natural instinct to want to protect them. But I'm sure they get many, many more complaints than they can possibly handle. So, yeah. They have too many actual child predators to pursue to waste time making up evidence against someone who's innocent. Yeah. They are highly skilled and technically trained, and if there was a mismatch between the IP address and the person they were tracking or the device and the person, they would have spotted it and wouldn't have gotten the search warrant for the hotel. Yeah. And also, there might very well be a mismatch with the IP because, let's be honest here. While I don't think he's smart enough to encrypt his phone or his information, I do think that he's probably at least smart enough to use a a VPN. And in which case, you just, go to the VPN service provider, and it's easy to get a way around that. But like, part of the charging document said that they had basically been watching him going to and from the meeting site, going from the hotel, all the stuff that just adds to the proof that he did it. So yeah, and a lot of them think that it was Winged Rhino that set him up because, yada yada yada, because that's something that he would do or whatever, because he's a stalker or whatever. But yeah, and then there's a couple other conversations here. I think this was supposed to be in jest, but yeah, that's mostly all I had to update Houston Wade. Now, where we go from here, I'm going to take these off. I may put them back on if I have to read text, but most of that is the update so far with Houston Wade. What we have now is extraneous paths of which for us to go down on this Houston Wade stuff. First, we have, if you've seen the short, you've already seen most of this. I had clipped that down, so we're going to go with the full version of it, because I've got to decide which of this that I want for the expanded universe version on Saturday. But of course, speaking of narcissists, Morantz had to grandstand about this whole thing, because if there's one thing Morantz never misses an opportunity at, if he thinks that he can dunk on someone he doesn't like, he will absolutely take that opportunity. And that absolutely happened during his live stream shortly after this took place. I don't know how I missed this. I went back after I had been informed about this, and this is just fucking stupid. And we'll get into why it's fucking stupid here in a bit.
I've never wavered, not for a day, from you guys. I do the right thing for all of us, for myself included, whatever it may be. But myself last, pretty much.
Okay, sure.
And now we had this moment in life that unfortunately Houston Wade can outlive. You see, Houston,
he's going to get really close and serious, guys.
You're going to watch this. You're going to watch this one day from a prison cell.
It's not how that works. If you think prisoners get internet access. Again, just pure ego. Get ready for full throttle Morantz ego.
But Houston Wade, you're going to wish you hit on some women and they didn't send you nude photos, and maybe you rubbed them the wrong way. Maybe you were inappropriate. You're going to wish that was you. Houston Wade was arrested the other night and charged with an attempted sexual encounter with an 11-year-old female that he thought was an 11-year-old female. This is the community you foster. AMC, Bed Bath and...
This guy, well, yeah, getting ahead in the script. You're being our Amy tonight, getting a little ahead in the script there. Look, I took shots at Michael for his whole Epstein pedo conspiracy nonsense. And then, this happens because it's obvious. Mr. Pedo Police guy gets caught sitting next to one. And, now the shoe's on the other foot, and he doesn't like that so fucking much. And then, of course, you had PP trying to pretend like he never knew Houston Wade. But for all these people in, whether it was the MMTLP community or the Bed Bath & Beyond community that were like, ew, Houston Wade fucking did that? Disgusting, despicable, I want nothing to do with him. And if I had anything to do with it, there was no way I could have known, and I absolutely apologize for that. Here, I'm getting rid of his content, and this is why. It wasn't pretending that Houston Wade didn't exist and wasn't a member of their community. It was acknowledgement and admission of that fact, followed by, this is absolutely unacceptable and reprehensible. The only people that I or anyone like Amy or Platinum went after were these people who were either being shitbags like Michael or trying to pretend like this never happened. I refuse to go down this road that Morantz is going to go down, and it's going to get a lot dumber as this goes along. But this idea that the entire community, the AMC community, which I don't think Houston Wade had anything to do with the AMC community, or that the Bed Bath & Beyond community, or that any community in particular is responsible for Houston Wade, or that their community fosters people like Houston Wade, is such a disgusting accusation. Like, I don't even know what to do with that other than to say that it's fucking despicable and gross and such a horrible defamatory statement that, again, Morantz just says things. His mind is really tiny. It doesn't think very hard. So his mouth very quickly gets out in front of his stupid fucking brain. And so he says stupid shit like this. And he would have been better off if he just shut his fucking mouth.
Beyond PP Seeds, Bill Pulte. I'm telling you right now, you guys have an extreme lack of this. People call it this radar of how to read people, judge people. You know, when women have this.
You know, I would agree with that somewhat. They have a really bad radar for judging bad faith actors and things like that. But Morantz, you're kind of one of those people. Just saying, buddy. We'll get to that in a second.
Intuition, and they're like, ew, he's a creep. They know. They feel it. They feel the awkwardness.
Mm-hmm.
I can see it through the screen on a lot of these people that you guys hang out with and talk to.
Oh.
Because there's a lot of things that don't match. A lot of things that don't match, guys. When I see Adam Aaron, Alex Karp, you tell me who's authentic.
Wait, where the fuck that come from? That he just suddenly jumped from, you know, I can see the child predators with my sixth sense second sight to like fucking talking about Adam Aaron and Alex Karp. All right. Weird take.
Things are not adding up in that world of investing. When it comes to content creation and channels being created, things didn't add up when it came to Financial Journey, didn't add up with Trade Trades, didn't add up with Matthew Kors, didn't add up with TM.
What does any of these people have to do with your fucking weird ass take on Houston Wade? Like, I get it, these people are all grifters, but like the logic train here is not fucking following on like using Houston Wade as a vehicle for any of this, but okay.
Didn't add up with Houston Wade. It didn't add up with the ape father. A lot of things don't add up. I can go on. Tony De Niro, poster child for not adding up. I'm telling you, you think that a man in his 50s with a girlfriend and a wife in her 20s is...
To be clear, Tony isn't in his 50s, he's in his 40s. And it's not his girlfriend, it's his wife, who's in her 30s. Now, people can make whatever assessments they want to about that 10-year-old gap, because 10-year-old is kind of like the iffy line. But they seem like they're in a perfectly healthy relationship, and both of them are perfectly intelligent adults who can make adult decisions. So this whole thing of trying to make it look like Tony is 50 years old and married to a 20-year-old, or making it sound like he has some sort of side chick who's 20 years old, which he has no evidence of whatsoever, is just absolutely fucking disgusting. It's the old everyone's a PDF file but me, Joe. I know, right? See, that's the thing that I hate the most about Michael. Like, and I've pointed this out multiple times. The people who are most caught up about being the PDF file police with no evidence. Ooh, these people, I don't like them. They must be the pedos. it's pretty consistent about how much those are the creeps, about how they're trying to, you know, it's like, how do you do, fellow kids? How do you do, fellow people who don't touch children?
Not a clear indicator of something wrong?
That you made
Oh,
up?
you think it's just the Jerry Springer show out here?
I mean, your show is the Jerry Springer show with how much you bring up your family drama and all that shit. Anyway, we got one more clip here before we get to the funny shit. So let's go.
It's so late, and I apologize, but I've been living life. I'll turn off the music for a minute, and then we'll get back to it. Lot to talk about. Trying to catch up on markets. I've been hanging out with my son. You guys know my son started playing WoW again. So,
Cool.
well, his first time ever playing WoW. Me, we're doing classic hardcore. Classic hardcore is up to level 60, and it's you only get one life, so you could die, and that's it. It's over. I think he's level 12, and I'm no reason to do it other than to harass you. So, the ultimate harassment community and bully community would be them.
Morantz! Earth to Morantz! I love these people. Him and John Hartranett and all these people who are perpetual victims when they instigate shit like this. And then they just magically, they turn into all these people who harass me. They say mean things about me. Fuck off. And the Morantz death spiral. Does your son ever want to hang out with you, Morantz? I'm not gonna even instigate that. Like, you know, that could be true, that could be not true, whatever. I just find it completely hilarious how he constantly starts shit, and the minute something hits him in the gut, suddenly he's the fucking victim of all the wrongs. Like, this is the dude who literally got sick of being called out on his own show for his idiocy, that he demanded that people dox themselves to him so that he could go dig up material about them to use on his fucking live streams. Get the fuck out of here.
And that's fine. You don't agree with the way we think, but it doesn't make you correct. I can tell you that. And so, and they do a lot of this shit in shadows, never using their real name, never using their real identity. And they would never tell you anything to your face. Like,
I do it all the time. Like, again, why are you giving these people so much credence? There's a block button. Bump. Just hit it. Move on with your life. These people, they've got this psychosis in their head. They're the hottest shit in the world. And it's such an ego burn to be told they're wrong. Who the fuck cares if you're wrong? Everybody's wrong at some point in their life. Why is being wrong such an attack on you? I don't fucking get it. I've been wrong, and I can admit when I'm wrong. I don't care. So, like, I don't get this victimhood narrative thing.
as a human, they know they would never go this route. So you gotta have thick skin. You gotta figure that part out. But the book's been out for about 24 hours, and not one copy has been delivered. Okay, not one copy has been delivered, but there's enough hate comments and reviews already, 1-star reviews.
Says the dude who's got all of his followers on there posting 5-star reviews, again, of a book none of them could possibly have. The soonest they could have had it, well, they may have it now, but when the reviews were out, there was no way that they could have had it. Whether it was a positive review or a negative review. But of course, the only ones he cares about is the negative reviews. Never mind that he probably had some of his fans go out and make these positive reviews before they even had the fucking book. It's hilarious. And, like, again, it's a self-published book. Like, he sold 70 copies. Which is probably, like, not a whole lot, but, you know, probably a whole lot more than I would have guessed. Who cares?
and personal attacks, and not even understanding the merit of the book. And
I mean, you do personal attacks all the time. So I fail to see why you're all ass hurt.
so it's okay. It's just comes with territory, you know. So I'm okay with that. But I didn't do the book for notoriety, and I didn't do it to convince anyone of anything. I did it for me.
That's such a fucking lie. 68 copies, more than I would have guessed. I know, right? If you're writing a book, you're definitely writing it because you have an opinion. You want to get your opinion out. Like, that doesn't require some sort of ego. I don't know what does. But it's a lot easier on YouTube where it takes very little effort. I mean, still takes effort, and you still need a personality, and you know, it takes courage to get on, put your face on the camera, and or speak into a mic and say something. And I suppose it takes some courage to write a book. It definitely takes a lot more effort, I'd say, than making videos on YouTube. But I mean, you could get on and just, you know, play video games and have fun. You know, YouTube channel can be whatever it is. I mean, like, the whole idea of YouTube was like, it was like your personal, like, it was like social media of like home videos and stuff like that, and it's blown up into something that's probably totally unrecognizable to its original creators. But that's another story for another day. But like, writing a book, it requires such effort. I mean, when you don't use AI to write it for you and all this stuff, like, there has to be a certain level of narcissism that you put this much effort into getting your word out. I don't know. Everyone hates Morantz but himself. I don't know. He has a lot of subs. I mean, like, not like what, 12,000? That's not or like 15,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. Like, that's not a small amount of subs. Like, I mean, in the grand scheme of YouTube, yeah, it's not a whole lot of subs, but like, it's not a insignificant number.
I did it for me because I knew people had been asking for a different way to consume the info. It's tough to sit and watch 100 videos that have been hours and hours of research.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say hours and hours of research. Look, dude, a lot of your videos are, you did a Google search and then played connect the dots games like Michael does in his crazy Epstein pedo conspiracy. Like, the comparisons between your connect the dots research about all the evil fucking venture capital funds and all this stuff, and Michael's, you know, Epstein pedo ring thing, like, they're the same methods. It's like guilt by association, no evidence, whatever. And much like, you know, John Hartranett, you have a real big problem with being able to distill your ideas and your theory down into a consumable format, because you have hours and hours and hours of video instead of explaining your theory and all the connections in a easily consumable video. Like, there's a reason why most patrons at a movie theater are only going to tune in for about an hour and a half. Like, there's a reason why my live streams stop usually about 2 or 3 hour mark, because people don't want to sit around and fucking, like, get to the point. I find it funny that, you know, John has all these, like, his entire diatribe is like, his original one was 3 videos that were like an hour each a pop. And then he went on to make 3 more videos that were each 3 hours a pop. It's like, get to the fucking point. And like, if you made a video like that got to the point, congeal everything down into a consumable method, like that would solve a lot of your problems. I get the feeling. But since you have like, what, 100 some fucking videos, each of them anywhere from 30 minutes to several hours, some of them live streams, yeah, of course people aren't gonna fucking stick around for that. Of course not.
These kids will never do. And to put it all in one read, I mean, it was a lot of work.
These kids, if you think these kids are reading a book, unless it's an audio book, but whatever.
No words in the book are other people's words. Every word in that book is mine. It comes from
That's the
me.
problem.
It was done by me, and so
It's done by AI.
I think they said the video or the picture that Trove sent through was AI slop, and then they were
It is.
making comments of this video right here. Watch this. You see this right here? Yeah,
It is AI slop, though. Like, again, show of hands in the chat. You can even see that this is misspelled on the side. And it's got freaky text. It is AI slop. Imagine if you just taken the time to make your own actual unique art. And it doesn't take much effort. Like, I'll admit that I used on my most recent thumbnail for the Truth Be Told episode for this Saturday, AI. But what I did was I created the Photoshop image, and all I asked for it to do was clean it up and make it look less like it's got the sharp edges and everything, and that's what it did. So there's little things that you can do to be creative and it not be AI slop. You don't you do the heavy work, you do the creative thing, and then ask AI to just sharpen it a little bit. But no, these people are lazy, uncreative hacks and need AI to do everything for them.
Trove put that together with some art.
As my money goes, you know, I
That's not what I wanted.
We were, I don't know, and personal attacks. Anyone of anything. I did it for me. It was like, I don't know, some errors on the page.
At
Like,
least a couple folks are.
what does it matter? It's not even the book.
Yeah.
You know, it's not even. It's just a picture. But
See, I thought about buying it just to be able to read it on live stream, but like that's $15 more than I want to spend. So, if someone else bought it and want to, give me a copy, cool. But I'm not buying it.
it was hilarious that they cared that much, and then people look for those little details when they're, I guess, when they're trying to consume info. But when you're looking for just, little differences that you can give yourself credibility, I don't understand it. Like any of those kids out there and grown men, I'll even say this, any grown man on Reddit posting and doing their thing. I don't know who's trying to discredit you, but if you had credibility, then it wouldn't go that way. I mean, like if you had a passion project, or if you were, I don't know, gifted at something, I guess.
Yeah, but you've shown that you aren't gifted. You had AI consume down your videos and create a book for you. That's not a talent of fucking anything. Like, AI did the work for you, and you're now trying to claim like you're somehow... Get the fuck out of here.
I guess, how would you feel? Someone comes out and critiques everything you do and say, and it's not just critiquing and doing what you say, it's harassing. And
I'd say it's a part of fucking life, and you should just, grow a fucking spine, but, who am I? Just some random weird person.
smearing. I give you this example. Okay, something that I couldn't say before, I will talk about it today. You guys remember when I used to have my street videos? I used to go and do a street video, and I would have this young lady come and record and edit. Not that I needed her to. I do my own editing on my street videos. I paid her for her time. She's a YouTuber that wanted to be up and coming. My platform's bigger. I said, no problem. I'll pay you. Why? She's the daughter of one of my friends. And these guys wrote online in public and say, I'm a groomer. I'm a child this. I want a child predator or whatever.
I'm going to be clear here. I don't think Marantz is in any way a pedo. And I wouldn't level that anyway. Like, the people I level it against is like Michael. The people like that obviously use it as a weapon to try and shut you up. Like your John Hartranets, your Michaels, your scam investors, people who know exactly what they're doing. Because the minute that you accuse them, they get really super offended and talk about how they're going to sue you for defamation and call you a harasser and a stalker and all these things. And that's why it's effective to call them it back, because suddenly they're like, How dare you? How dare you? You should be ashamed. And it exposes them for exactly what they are. They're just using it to shut you up, and they know exactly what they're doing. I don't, like, someone could correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't recall Morantz ever doing that. And that's, you know, unless there's actual evidence that he's done stuff like that, I'm not going to accuse him of it. Because he's never used it as a weapon until he did it to Tony, and I clapped at him for that, because he's done some things that look real creepy in hindsight, or said some things that look really stupid in hindsight. But then again, like I said, tiny brain, mouth move very fast, not think about things that come out of mouth. And so he looks like a bit of an idiot. And he says stuff that makes it look really bad. If he just thought 5 more seconds before opening his stupid fucking mouth. Like, we didn't need to know any of this shit. In fact, back when he did the original videos, we didn't need to know that he's the one who... let me get the clip. This one.
GameStop shirts on, walking around, and shout out to the young lady that's going to be editing and clipping the video for me. She's a small-time YouTuber. I'm not going to put her name out there because she's not an adult.
See, we didn't need to fucking know that. You hired an editor to do some editor stuff. You wanted to help them be able to learn. That's all we needed to know. But you fucking kept going.
She's 17 years old, but she's trying. She's trying to learn the business and asked me if I can give her any insight. And of course, I'm giving it to her as we're walking and talking, and she's videotaping. And it really went well. It went well, and I liked the way we did it. So there you go.
Sure, I'll make sure to hit hand up if she gets a copy. I just don't. It's an AI generated book. Like, I don't feel like spending money to go get that. Call me crazy. And then another case of that was this here, where he's bebopping to this song that's about... Yeah, we're going to play only about that much of it. I know I'll probably still get copyright struck, and guess what? I'm not making money on this right now, so it doesn't matter too much. But, yeah, like, just stupid stuff like that. Like, if he had thought 5 seconds before doing it, and then, of course, this whole, he collects women's shoes. Not that I wear them. I like that was the first thought that went through his head. Not that I collect them or anything. But, like, this is what I'm talking about with Morantz. I don't think he's a pedo. I don't think there's anything, like, super creepy about him. I just think he's just a common fucking idiot. Here, let me pull this up because this kind of highlights my point. Go away. We didn't ask for you. So, like, we'll get to this here.
They feel it.
Hi, Amy and Noisy and Platinum. I know you guys watch the show every night, every inch of this. If I was naked, you would be counting the inches, Amy. But be...
1 second.
Bar.
I don't know if any of you guys remember that old clip, but...
Look, when you had that clip, when you showed that clip of him talking about how you would just want to see him naked, I
No,
just
he
couldn't
said
help myself.
he said if I was naked, you would be counting the inches.
This is a guy who got divorced and is clearly so fucking sexually frustrated.
I was like, why
no
would you be
woman
naked?
wants to
Like-
fucking touch him at all.
I mean,
But,
gross.
like, yeah, that's the stuff I'm talking about. Like, he's trying to create an insult, and he doesn't think before he says. But before I get to our next segment, I'm going to get a refill on the beer that's empty, and then we'll get into Andrew Left v. Anson Funds. Brief thing on this one. Just the backstory here for y'all. Andrew Left got sued by the SEC and also charged criminally for basically the criminal charges are wire fraud, I think, and basically running a pump and dump where he told people he was short this or short that, and then immediately changed course and, you know, changed his position, sold it off, and basically it wasn't a trade. The trade was that he could use his name and influence on social media to get the price to change so that he could sell and make money. You might recognize that as the thing that the people in the Atlas Bros are being sued for. If there was a Swiss cheese foot award, Marantz would win it. But we got a document notice. So after that happened, Anson Funds was one of the people that were used as the citation for the charges, and so Andrew Leff sued them for defamation back in October. What we're going to get into is Anson Funds notice here, where they have basically moved to strike the claims and are under California's anti-SLAPP statute. So we will go over that. There's a couple other things that I want to try and get to. I know this is going to be an extra long episode. We're going to see if we can go all the way to 10 o'clock, maybe a little later. We'll see. It depends on how... Oh, wait. I forgot. I'm sorry. Before we get to that, I did promise that if PP Seeds didn't give up his whole I don't know who Houston Wade is game, I do have the clips of him and Houston Wade. So here's what we'll do for those of you that have not dropped out or who are still here. I want you to give me in the chat, which fork in the road do you want to go to? Do we want to ignore PP Seeds for now and his whole live streams with Houston Wade, and go straight to Andrew Left, or do we want to do Andrew Left, put Andrew Left on the shelf, deal with PP Seeds stuff first with his Houston Wade live streams, or do we just want to go straight to Andrew Left? Say so in the chat. I'm going to get a refill. Alrighty. PP first. PP. Alright, we'll do PP. We'll do PP. I don't know how long this is going to be. In fact, I'm going to step us up on the playback speed. We'll see what 1.5 is like.
Yeah. And like Michael's.
I have not watched these. These are from back before even the bankruptcy plan was approved. So, let's see where these go. I'm sure we'll have a riotous time because we know where the Bed Bath & Beyond bankruptcy went. So, I'm pretty sure these are both back from. Yeah, these are both back from early on. I know it looks like, oh yeah. So one is from 10/7 and the other is from, what was this? I'm not sure which one is which though. Yeah, 2/28/24. So okay, so both these are indeed after the plan. finalized. So let's go.
How they came to Darth Vader, and it's because they saw some of the
By the way, I'm sure there's more of them. I just put Houston into the search function on my PP Seeds archive, and this is what happened.
light side in him that was still suppressed, and there's a bunch of instances like that in Star Wars with these butterflies that surround.
We're gonna use Star Wars now.
People that have the light force in them, and it's basically they basically symbolize that there's.
I knew this was right before Houston came in, but oh my god. This is great.
There's still hope, and there's still and the butterflies are that symbolization of the light force. So every time you see butterflies in Star Wars, it has that connection to the light side.
Yeah, and I think too, like a lot of people were speculating too, like, what is the image that that Ryan Cohen posted of himself being old? And to be honest with you, this is my own tinfoil, my own speculation on it. I think he's essentially, I think it has something to do with 84 years. I think it has something to do with the Titanic, and I think at the end it.
What? See, I don't usually watch BB's live streams, but already I'm just like warp speed into this. Fucking stupid.
It was revealed that the old woman, in fact, had the crown jewel, which was what she saved during the Titanic sinking. And I think he's alluding to the fact that he has the crown jewel now. So that's just my take on it. That's my tinfoil for the night. Again, take it as you please. But Brian, we loved having you on the show, man. We're going to go ahead and move on to Houston Wade for the end of the show tonight. So Brian, loved having you on, and appreciate the tinfoil, man. It's fantastic. I'd strongly urge you to make a post on the PP sub so more eyes can get on that. We do have a lot of tinfoil heads in the subreddit. They'd love to see it.
Oh, yeah.
Right, thanks for having me, PP. And please give me a dildo slap.
All right. We'll get your sick fetish out. Here's a dildo slap for Brian, man. All right, let's go ahead and move on to our next guest of the night. It's our last guest. It's Houston Wade. Those who know who Houston Wade is, man, we'd like you to give a big uproar in the chat, man. So,
oh, we really know who Houston Wade is.
Chat, please give a warm welcome to Houston Wade. And real quick, touching grass with a 10. Bob says, my credit card is expired and hasn't come in the mail. Can't send a super chat. All I want to say is I'm getting a butterfly tramp stamp on the hairy small of my back. I'll tell you what, man, if fucking butterfly makes me millions, man, I'll absolutely get a tramp stamp too, man. I'd love for some people to follow me through with that. All right, let's bring in Houston Wade. Chat, give a warm welcome to Houston Wade.
Oh, yeah. This is looking really bad in hindsight.
All right, the man of the hour is here. Houston Wade, how you doing?
Thank
Great
you.
to see you on the show again.
Thank you for conveniently putting him in the middle of the live stream for me. Thank you so much, PP. You're brilliant. Let me move this over just a little bit. There we go. Well, I kind of want to go this way and put Michael and them together, but we already have done that meme, so let's do this. All right. Amazing. Let's go.
Raced home as fast as I could, got here. I have no idea what's been going on for the last 5 hours. So
no worries, man. No worries at all. So some of the things we were discussing is just kind of where Bed Bath is at today. Again, we've been analyzing some of the stuff from 9 months ago. Again, with 6th Street coming in, his sale of Bed Bath & Beyond, trademarks as well that were filed while he was an insider. Again, where we're kind of standing at is the stock is essentially getting canceled out. A lot of people are hoping to see a credit big via 6th Street or something in terms of making us whole. We did cover a little bit of blockchain stuff as well, but that's just the base of it, man. We've just been kind of trying to figure out what is happening with the stock that we all love. So Houston Wade, what do you think, man? I mean, it's been a crazy last couple weeks. Some people have been saying that you're extremely bullish as of lately. What are your thoughts?
He freezes there. Internet must be. I mean, yeah. So like, I don't think anyone has done this to lose money. Like, there's no reason.
Yes. Because when I buy a stock, my intent is to lose money every single time. Brilliant. Amazing.
Why we've got these FILO and DIP facilities. We got crazy amounts of bonds were being purchased last winter, like all in a couple of days. Was it Kevin Malone saying something like we've got just cajillions of volume and bonds happening for Bed Bath & Beyond. We don't know why.
Sure.
Yes, that towering intellect known as Kevin Malone.
I think it's because what they want is they want the Knolls and they want a giant bear trap. I think they got it.
Mm-hmm.
So the short hedge funds are stupid. They do the same thing, every single one of them. They all short the exact same companies. They do it the exact same way. They all came from the first couple of hedge funds, like a massive tentacles coming out of a jellyfish or something.
Houston Wade, get off your dial-up internet and use a real connection.
Hey Houston, it looks like you're lagging.
Oh no.
Hey Houston, you're lagging pretty bad. Can you just in your browser there, just reload the restream. Usually that fixes it, so maybe that should just fix it. Just reload the browser and maybe we'll fix that. Sound robotic. No name with the 20. Don't put your eggs all in one basket. All right, with the smiley face. With the wink. Right on. All right, I think he looks better.
Actually,
there we go. That's a lot better. I think
advice.
the first time you came in. Yeah, it was just a little louder when you first came in.
It's either that or it's my roommate downloading terabytes of video games on his Xbox.
Porn, maybe.
Great suggestion, PP. Or maybe it was Houston downloading porn.
He's a rabbi. He better not. So I was saying, like, there's these hedge funds are stupid. They're all the same. They all came from the same lineage. They all do exactly the same thing, which is just short and short and short and short and short and short. And their goal is to short things down to zero, not pay taxes, move on to the next thing. So if one hedge fund is shorting,
that's not how that works. Like, if you have any sort of capital gain, you pay taxes on it. So if a company went bankrupt and you shorted it all the way down to zero, then you have a realized profit that gets taxed. Like, in the business, this is called foreshadowing. The best kind of foreshadowing is foreshadowing that the participants had no idea was coming.
Bed Bath & Beyond, you can guarantee all of them are shorting Bed Bath & Beyond. They all have lunch together. They all know exactly what's up. So if this is indeed a bear trap, and it is a way to basically just take...
This is the kind of foreshadowing that I can understand why he wanted this live stream to go away. Very far away.
Capital from all these dudes. A, it's first in history. B, it'll be the largest wealth transfer probably in human history. And C, it will allow the legendary status of someone like Ryan Cohen to be cemented in the public psyche. I mean, we know who he is. The general public has no clue who this guy is. If you were to go on the street and I say, hey, do you know who Ryan Cohen is? They'd be like, did I go to school with him? I don't know.
We've even seen people like Kaz a while back ago, like he went into a GameStop. He's like, yeah, you don't know who Ryan Cohen is? Even employees who work at GameStop, just normal people, right? They don't know who the fuck this is.
Yeah, because they're not insane, crazy people like you.
I have no idea what's going to happen. I can speculate all day long. We can speculate all day long. Tons of every time I go on to one of the Reddit, subreddits, and I read something like that's plausible. It's like, yeah, it could be going to blockchain. Yeah, they could be like giving out distributions for multiple companies.
And this just kind of shows you like the kind of people that you're dealing with here. They just absorb anything that confirms their biases. This is just classic conspiracy theorist behavior, and I'm glad kind of that we went down this road because like I don't usually deal with I deal with PP's posts, but his like live streams are just they're usually just gobbledygook nonsense, and so I ignore them. But I'm glad we settled in on this one because it's been pretty entertaining. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, they could be doing a buyback. Yeah, like every single possible thing is completely plausible, and we could think of like 20, 25 things if we want to, and it'll be the 26th thing we didn't think of. And I think that's what he's been working on for the past couple of years. And I didn't come around to it probably until last winter. I was still pretty butthurt losing out on $108,000 in my call options when he had sold everything.
Oh, that's rough. How much did you invest in those?
So I had powered through. So I had put like 2,000 on GameStop calls. That got me 15,000. Then I bought GameStop puts. That put me to 25,000. And then I bought a boatload of BBBY calls, and I was up to 108,000. Was that a Thursday when he announced he sold everything after close? And by Friday morning they weren't worth spit. So
I somehow do not believe that he had like $108,000 in calls. That's your classic Houston Wade. I made up. Oh, source. I made it up. Like, dude works a minimum wage job and is getting garnished. And if you don't know the process for being garnished, I don't know how much of a paycheck can be garnished in the state of Washington, but in my home state, Kansas, you can garnish up to 25% of someone's paycheck. And it doesn't care if it's bills that need to be paid or anything like that. This dude had a roommate because like he just couldn't afford living on his own, and rightfully so. When you only get 75% of your paycheck, assuming that they have the same garnishing laws, like there's not a lot of room for free spending. So the idea that he has $100,000 to just blow out on options, or this kind of ridiculous amounts of money. Now I get at that time there was a lot of IV in GameStop options, but I just don't. Color me odd, if you will, but I don't buy that the compulsive liar made that much money on his options trades. Just me. Just gonna throw that out there.
Should have sold before close, but
Yeah. It's rough.
Such is life. I know.
Yeah, that's life. Man. You're always going to make money and lose money. It's just a fact
yeah,
of life, man.
Yeah, it is what it is. You learn
Right.
and you gamble again.
Yeah, there it is. Yeah, there you go, man.
But like in my head, it's like, oh well, Ryan.
Also, if I had an active judgment out and a live stream and was, actively, on the internet, I wouldn't be discussing making boat tons of money online in an open public space that the person who is the judgment creditor could use as a means to garnish my bank account, which they could garnish just like fully, just like, as long as it wasn't related to my, income that was already being garnished. They just go into your bank account and just clean it out. I would not be bragging about the amounts of money I was making in options and then have them make an aid and execution request for my bank accounts and my brokerage account so they could come garnish my brokerage account. That doesn't seem like a very smart thing to be doing. Just throwing that out there too.
Tried to fight this board. He was trying to like get through. He's like, look, we need to make these changes. The viable company, we can do these things. And he got his people on the board, and it wasn't enough of them. He didn't have the majority, and the board just kind of fucked him over. And he was like, you know what, I'm out. That's how I thought about it last August. I didn't realize that this money came through from 6th Street and from Hudson Bay, and he would be a bondholder, as we could see from all the filings and listed.
And you probably weren't aware that he put 3 people of his own people on the board as well.
I knew he had 2. Yeah, he had 2 people on the board.
There's actually 3.
Yeah, the one that guy who wrote that post today was really angry at me for like, "You're 3, you dumbass." I'm like, whatever, dude.
Yeah.
But that post pissed me off.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there, that sometimes don't like, certain people. I get it, and it's like on the show we want to have everybody share their opinion. You've been on the show before. I think you've been on the show 2 times actually prior. The first time you were on, we didn't have as many people now. I mean, we have over 1,000 plus watching nowadays. But whenever you would come on, I think we were still around the 200-300 amount of people. So we've had you on before. You're respectful. You get. Are you there, Houston? Yeah. Looks like he's like moving and he's frozen. Yo, Houston, try reloading the.
Yo, Houston, try adjusting the satellite dish on the top of your roof.
Link again. Honing Show says, I will fuck a shill up. Fuck him up, man. If you see a shill in the chat, fuck him the fuck up, dude.
While we're waiting for Houston to reconnect, I have a question or a comment on something Houston said and a question for everybody.
Some of these brokers do kind of know. I trust the fact that, and I think we were still around the 2.
Yeah. So Houston's comment being that, we can all speculate all day long, and for a lot of reasons, that's why I'm here. It's entertaining, it keeps me engaged, and it's just great to see what people's ideas are about how all of this will pan out. But my question for everybody here right now is, do we think that we've seen enough at this time to
I'm really tempted to get
that
to
there has been a change in the transfer agent? I mean,
we'll
we know that it's no longer AST.
Correct.
Does that mean that it's definitely got to go somewhere else?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I think so. And like I said,
this...
Fidelity said that they confirmed Bed Bath's transfer agent is now Mellon Investor Services. So
I've got this now at 1.75, and it sounds pretty normal to me. Like, I can't imagine listening to these idiots at regular speed. They must take forever to get their thoughts out. Wild.
Some of these brokers do, in fact, know where it's going. And I trust Fidelity. Look, Fidelity is who I had DRS my shares. They did it for me a while ago. So it's like, I trust the fact that they have to know where the fuck these AST shares are headed or what they've been told. Again, they could be wrong, but it's probably higher up in the chain that they've been told that. So I think it's safe to say that they're going somewhere, but where they'll eventually land up is really the big question. I mean, is it going to be, there's been even speculation that that it's, if Teddy's registered like as a bank, that technically they could be like considered a DRS agent. I don't know yet. I have no idea, but I would think that it's safe to say that some of these brokers do kind of know where, to some degree, where it's going.
Awesome. Houston, welcome back.
Yeah, sorry.
Looks like your rabbi roommate there is downloading that porn again.
I know. I thought.
just keep beating that joke into the wall, into the fucking ground. just fucking. Is it dead yet? No.
Told him to get off the internet.
Right on. If you want to, we were basically talking about the board members that he had instilled. So again, I mean, what are your thoughts with like cancellation of shares and like where we're heading? I mean, do you think there's going to be a new equity, and if so, how do you think that new equity is going to be issued?
I think there's gonna be new equity. I think shareholders are gonna get their piece. I don't think Ryan Cohen's dumb enough to like, I played you fuckers.
That didn't happen.
Now I'm gonna take this whole thing for myself.
Yeah,
everyone's gonna be like, I'm out.
Well, I mean,
Jimmy shares and
it goes back.
Personality is good.
Yeah, it goes back to like essentially, like it takes years to build a reputation and it takes seconds to destroy one. So I mean, if a lot of people get burned, they're not gonna believe in Ryan Cohen for any future.
All the people in this live stream are a case example of that.
Endeavor, because again, you know, a lot of these people who followed him are from GME, and you know, he just kind of one day just filed this to sell. So there has to be something in between, in my opinion. And I think that this guy's very cool and calculated. I don't find him, and I think he's highly intelligent too. I don't think that he would foresee, you know, making a mistake like this. I think that the guy is cool and calculated for a reason. And I think it's really like a lot of people just aren't seeing like the bigger picture like a lot of us are. So
we desperately need him to be like this, otherwise we lose all our fucking money.
That's kind of how I do it.
I have a friend who's an author, best-selling author, and he wrote Johnny Evans. He wrote a book called Small World a couple years ago, which was about the American West. It took place through like 4 generations and of like pioneers to modern day. And going to his house, you could see like it looked like that meme of Charlie in It's Always Sunny with like all the conspiracy stuff, the lines drawn. And it was him like trying to get these threads for all these characters, because he had like 30 main characters in this book, all trying to be like placed out throughout history and their children and grandchildren, and it was just diagrams everywhere. And my brain could not comprehend how he was going to piece it all together, and it became a wonderful book. And if I like go read it. And I think Ryan Cohen penned this thing up like probably in grad school or something. He's just like, I have an idea.
In grad school? Are we fucking serious? That he was just in grad school and coming up with this shit? Bed Bath and Beyond? Before he even did Chewy or anything like that? Are we being fucking serious?
If I ever get this opportunity, I'm going to do this. And I bet in August 2020, when he got his investment in GameStop, he had a plan. And he was probably looking at brick and mortars. He's probably thinking about, you know, it could have very well been Big Lots, other than like, it could have been someone along the same lines that has, you know, this amount of debt, losses year over year, the stock price has been hammered down by shorts. All we need is one of them, and we can absorb their knolls and change the entire world.
Right.
And I think Bed Bath was the one. He had a plan A, which was, we'll get these people on the board, we'll see if we can change them the way we did at GameStop. And that didn't work, so he's like, fuck you, plan B.
Yeah.
And that's what we're sitting on now.
And, you know, and real quick, I have a question for you. Touching Grass with a 10. Looking forward to resurrecting the butterfly tramp stamp from 2000. Is the guest list still open for the Pulte party? Absolutely, Touching Grass. I think we still have a 30 or 40.
Oh, man, this is before the first Pulte party. Yeah, that is right, because it would have been in October. Oh, my goodness.
Spots left, man. I have to confirm. I'll tally them up, and I'll do a confirmation of how many spots we actually have. But yes, we do. If you do want to come. All right. So Houston Wade, take it away for us. Or in a moment, I want to ask you something. But unless one of you guys have a question for Houston, or he could keep going.
I'll just ask Houston the same question I asked earlier. Houston, do you think that with what we've seen so far from the delisting of the deregistration of BBBY stock from AST, do you think we've seen enough to definitively conclude that we're going to be working with a new transfer agent at this point? Because for me, if that's the case, I don't see any outcome here other than tendies all around for equity holders. Because why the hell would you change transfer agent if we're going to nothing?
If you're just canceling, exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Someone fucking says it.
Everything they're doing is like we're preparing for something bigger. We're getting all our ducks in a row before we release a 10K and an S1. And they may release other S1s because they might be splitting off companies.
That didn't happen.
But my biggest this will be a bummer. It's not like, you guys will get anything. I don't think it's gonna happen. I think it will be, our S1's gonna be so complicated we have to wait for approval from the SEC. that's the one that I'm like, because if they submit S1, it's got a really bunch of complicated stuff. It's not just like issuing new shares, done with SEC and go stamp, okay. But it's like, we're gonna make 5 companies, we're gonna have crypto dividends, we're gonna do this and that. It could be a 30 to 45 day wait period for them to review this thing and be like, what the hell are they planning on doing? Yeah. Which is what happened just with MMTLP last year. They submitted their S1 to go private, and it took 4 submissions over 5 months for the SEC to finally go, okay, we understand what you're doing.
The funny part about this is, this was back in 2023, which would mean that, was it before or after the? Oh yeah, if this was in October, this was right before the whole fucking collapse of everything. And they're still waiting on getting things set up so that they can do the S1 with the SEC. So like, not the original one that did the spin out, but like the new one where they can issue new shares. So like, this is Houston just absolutely losing people's shirts in more than one shitty investment. Amazing.
So that's, to me, that's the biggest like, ugh. But it'll be if it's simple, if it's like we just want to go back on exchange or we want to go to a crypto exchange or whatever, then I think it could be pretty quick.
Yeah.
To date, they still haven't gotten back on an exchange. And they're still not trading, and it's just bad for investors all around because there's no escape. You just sit there with a stock that's functionally worth nothing because there's no market for the shares, and the market is what determines the value. If there's no market, your shares are functionally worth 0.
I think
but we
so.
won't know until we see it.
And look at the speed of the bankruptcy, Houston Wade. I mean, they filed for Chapter 11 restructure in April, and already it's been 5 months later, right? Or I'm sorry, it's been 5 months later, or it's roughly 6 months, but it's been 6 months later, and all of a sudden, they're heading towards the cancellation of shares. Again, companies that file bankruptcy, it's a long, drawn-out process, sometimes over years, sometimes over the course of a multitude of years.
Sears has been in this since like 2000, I don't know, when I was a child, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. So, like the thing is that, look at all these other stocks, like Toys R Us is still fucking trading. Like that fucking stock went from a penny to 20 cents. I think it came back down. But the fact is that these like zombie stocks, they're not canceled. They're still there. They're still being traded.
If only they knew then what we knew now. I have a feeling a lot more of them might have dumped out of this sooner.
And the fact is that what actually is going on with some of these stocks, again, people are so quick to jump on and say, oh, your equity's canceled and your shares are canceled. But the thing is something here doesn't make sense, right? Not only was the restructuring incredibly fast, but the move to cancellation, the move to get rid of these leases, it was very, very fucking quick. And even the judge on...
Yeah, this was before Wolfspeed. Wolfspeed happened... Okay, it would be last year now, because this is the first. Because it happened in... What was it? July? Early July? Late June? I remember when the news came out about their bankruptcy. Because the news came out, and I've learned things about bankruptcies that when the big newspapers come out and say a company's bankruptcy is imminent, they usually have checked with someone. The company may not have officially announced it yet, but usually within a week of that announcement, they're filing bankruptcy. So Wolfspeed says it gets these reports that they're imminently filing bankruptcy, and all the Wolfspeed baggies were like, "Oh no, that's just fake news." Burr, 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 burr. Well, sure enough, they filed it pretty quickly after those reports. So this was well before, because this is, I want to say 2023. This one was October 23. See what the thing up here in the high bar says, because it has my archive positioning. Houston Wade, live stream, 2023. Feet Houston Wade. So yeah. Oh, 7. So this would have been in July of 23. So yeah, this was a whole 2 years before Wolfspeed.
Day one goes, all right, we're going to get you in and out of here. And the most bizarre thing is that Sunday that they filed bankruptcy, and ABC, I know you remember this, that Sunday they filed bankruptcy, they were in the fucking courtroom that following Monday. A day later. Okay, you tell me this fucking shit wasn't playing in.
I mean, that's how first day hearings work. You have things planned out before you file. So that way you're ready to proceed. Because the intent is to try, especially when it's Chapter 11, the intent is to try to keep it as a going concern, to reorganize. But a Chapter 11 doesn't mean that it can't be a liquidation. That's the thing that people always get caught up about. Chapter 11 can be a liquidation. It's just that the company controls it. And that's why all these companies almost always file as a Chapter 11, even if they plan to liquidate, because it puts the company in control of how the bankruptcy goes. Chapter 7, U.S. trustee has complete control. And so almost all bankruptcies, regardless, are filed as Chapter 11 right out the get-go. Like MetaMaterials was a weird anomaly where the company's officers just threw up their hands and went Chapter 7. They didn't want to fucking deal with it. They washed their hands of it and moved on. So yeah, of course they're not gonna walk into the courtroom unprepared. And of course that first day hearing, I mean, it has a name for a reason. They're ready to go, and so I like people trying to read things into this is hilarious. Yeah, most companies file within 48 hours of the press release. Well, this wasn't even a press release. Like usually a lot of those are like our sources have verified, so they called someone at the company. But yeah, usually within the press release, they're filing pretty shortly.
Advance, man. I mean, honestly, God, like, how does that not make sense to anybody out there? But again, it's crazy.
If Ryan wasn't a part of this, he could easily just say, like, I'm not part of this, and it wouldn't be considered manipulation. It would be considered anything. He's not.
He's already being exactly. He's already.
Because Ryan Cohen is just known to be such a talkative person who's just all the time, like people literally have to almost strangle him to get an interview. I don't fucking get it.
Being sued for a pump and dump, right? So that case is already there. So it would make no sense that he could just simply go, look, I'm being sued for a pump and dump allegation. I thought that I would come in and restructure the company and turn it around, and things didn't work out between me and the board, and I had to sell. Sorry, guys, those who got burned, yada, yada. He never says anything like that. Never comes out and gives a direct explanation, but people will point to the GME interview, and they will try to get information. Again, he had a standstill at the time, and he had to speak in generalities, but people are taking it for a literal sense of what he's saying. He probably says it. I have a standstill with the company. I have to speak.
Like, whenever he doesn't say something, that's evidence and proof, but when he directly says he no longer has any investment in Bed Bath & Beyond, that's not good enough. Like, talk about fucking moving the goalpost and selective reasoning.
Generalities. And not only that, he mentions the aggressive buying, but the thing is that he was already aware of the aggressive buybacks before he even joined the board. He was aware of how the company was burning through money, the debt that they were under. He was fully aware.
Yeah, and he didn't understand the situation fully. He even admits this. His whole big thing was, why would a company be doing these aggressive buybacks unless there was some value there? And they were trying to, realize that value. It's the reason why he bought into, like, Alibaba, I believe, is like they were doing these aggressive buybacks, or he wanted them to. But that's always been his investment strategy, sort of buying off the Warren Buffett thing. And buybacks themselves aren't always a good thing. Like, I get the idea of a buyback to push up the price. You want to reduce the amount of equity out there and concentrate your own equity ownership, and deliver value to people who are invested as well. But buybacks aren't always a great idea. Buybacks are an idea of a company that's usually not in tech, usually well established. Like if Walmart did a buyback, I could believe that. Like there's not a lot of places Walmart could expand to do. Or expand and do things, or like they're usually established companies that there are no growth opportunities. Like buybacks and dividends are usually done by companies that there's no investing sort of thing that other places that they could use their capital for that would make more sense. And so you do those sort of things, and that's what he thought was going on with Bed Bath & Beyond, and he figured out that the shit turd was a lot worse than he thought it was. And so he got the fuck out of Dodge once he figured it out. But, of course, none of these marks want to admit that, because that means that they got zeroed out. They're fucking dunzos.
When he comes in, he makes it a direct point of his business to oust Triton, right? So to me, I think there's more to it, that people out there for some reason want to gaslight people and think that there's nothing else there, but the facts say otherwise, from what we've been speculating. Dominic with the 10, I think RC learned some things competing against...
No, the facts state that he's no longer involved in this company. You're fucked.
Amazon/Headsy Bezos, right on. We also got Chris with the 2 new dockets dropped. All right, we'll have to get someone on him in the background if someone could pull those up and just kind of...
These salted caramel Twix, they are the shit. Delicious.
Briefly look through them. Would love to see if there's anything there. Maui Sam with the 5. Maui Sam says 417 is also known as 10K gold. All right, right on, Maui. Appreciate the love. And we got a membership here from a low Tumbleweed. Holy shit, Tumbleweed, man. How you doing? With the soft PP membership. Right on, Tumbleweed. You're a fucking huge celebrity here on the show, man, from your last appearance. Where the fuck you been out, man? Great to see you. All right. Sorry about that, fellas. ABC, go ahead.
ABC, Houston, sorry, man. Wow. Been on stream for a while here. I just want to ask you a quick question and just get your feedback. First and foremost, thank you for doing what you do, man. You continue to spread discussion in the community, and it takes an army to get this done. So thank you for what you do. I guess I want to throw out maybe a timeline with just a speculative understanding what could have happened, which may not require SEC approval going forward. And what I mean by that is I almost foresee a deal was almost done in January. However, JPM had their clause in the stake of the company, where as the main debtor, they had complete control over whether a transaction could be done or not. So come February, we're expecting an SEC approval as to a possible merger acquisition, but that deal fell through because JPM, they take it to bankruptcy. But just before bankruptcy, you still, if the deal didn't happen with JPM, why would you have people resign from their board positions? So that to me kind of said, well, they're still matching the covenants of the SEC approval. And then you recently still had, Brett and Carl sell off their positions and Newells and everything. Larry stepped down, all following a timeline. And we recently saw in the bankruptcy papers, legalese about no need to further have the SEC approve an amended plan as such. Really, in a sense, they could just announce and go. And if you're using safe harbor law, Rule 147, and you set up your corporations within each state for both the tax implications, setting up, I believe there's about 14 of these subsidiaries set out into the Delaware aspect, you get change of control, you have no voting rights, you avoid any SEC interference. I'm almost wondering that it's just really a planned drop without any approval required from the SEC. I don't.
But safe harbor laws are for like forward guidance and stuff like that. What?
I want to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I was reading about that a couple days ago, and basically you go state by state for approval, I guess, as you're establishing these subsidiaries. Sure. I mean, like I said, like everything I keep reading, I'm like, that seems plausible. And nothing goes, that's so crazy, stupid, why would you do that? Yeah. So, I mean, we won't know until something gets filed and we see what it is. And we're all just antsy in the pantsy. Like I keep telling my viewers, like, we're just thumb twiddling experts at this point. All we do is
Narrator. There were no subsidiaries and nothing was filed.
thumbs all day, waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. I feel like a kid at Christmas, but I have no fucking clue when Christmas is going to be. So
yeah, I mean, these shorts are kind of like locked in too with their positions, like all of us. So it's like, you know, in a sense, it's like maybe it was kind of part of their plan to kind of force a liquidation of some of these short hedge funds. Again, you know, if you're let's say billions of shares short on this fucking thing naked, and all of a sudden there's like some form of like a clawback for shares or like a recall, whatever it may be, you know, in terms of like you know, taking the company private, for instance, or things like that, they could be pretty fucked real quickly, in my opinion. And again, if we get a cash and stock deal, right, a combination, then that's a very big recipe for a disaster, in my opinion. So real quick, I just wanted to read this.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That never happened.
Just gonna read this comment out here. Someone, Chris said, someone pointed this out earlier. They said, I think part of the SEC was doing with Cohen was he laid out the plans explaining what is and will be happening. Nate P, maybe shall P not set traps. Maybe so. Yeah. Sorry, it was typed out kind of fucked up there. Also, touching grass with a 469. Holy fuck! Let's fuck around and
touching grass. That is such an ironic username. All of these individuals in this live stream could have used a dose of fucking touching grass.
Find out. I'm looking forward to the party. 500 max per day. All right, touching grass. We'll see you then, man. Right on. Appreciate your support. Make sure don't show the melties that now. All right. So Houston Wade, go ahead, man. You were gonna add on to what you were saying there.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say. I lost my train of thought. We're talking about different states, different things.
It was in terms of like there could be billions of shares short, the possibility of taking a company private.
So let's say that there's some sort of cash deal, right? You know, we saw in the lawyer fees that there was, you know, buybacks and things like that listed in there. So let's say they do like, hey,
there were no cash deals.
A buyback of $25, as we've seen bandied about. Who knows what's that's gonna be real rate? And that is cash that's gonna be owed on every single one of those call options. Right? Yeah. So we got 200,000 call options, probably averaging about $2,500 to $2,000 per option, if that's the case. That's $500 million right off the bat in cash that the market makers who wrote these options have to come up with, because they don't have the shares anymore. Then that won't be a transfer of shares; it'll be dumping cash in people's accounts.
Right.
So you know, there that destroys liquidity. Like we see every you know year, every 8 months to a year, Citadel does exactly a $600 million bond offering because they don't have fucking money. Right. They owe.
No, they do a bond offering because it makes sense as a company. If you have an investment, like if you have capital in the company, this is the thing I always get really pissed off about with GameStop. If Ryan Cohen actually thought that there was a growth model for the company, he would be not only using the cash on his balance sheet, he would be accessing credit pools. The reason why Citadel always has a bond offering is because they have the ability to leverage or maximize their profits. They have assets on their balance sheet that they can use as collateral to take out loans and increase their revenues, increase their earnings, pay a bit of those earnings back to their creditors in the form of interest payments, and still make money. When you are a growing business operation, taking out credit is a good thing. It's why people talk about, and I think it's stupid, you should just buy a house because you want to live in a house and you can afford it. But it's why people think about it as like an investment thing. If you have the capital, you can put the capital into the house, the house value appreciates, yada, 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 yada. So, like, if you have a business that is growing, then yeah, putting out bonds is not bad. In fact, it's good. You should probably do some of that as long as you're being responsible with it. But these clowns, all they see is, ooh, they're taking out bonds because they can't afford shit. And it is such an idiotic way to look at finance, and it's why they fucking lost their shirt multiple times over.
So much for so many things that they've got to keep it stored somewhere, and they don't have the actual cash liquidity they need, so they have to keep floating these bonds. And just imagine if that alone would be enough to like suck up all liquidity at Citadel and at Virtue and at Knight Capital and other market makers. I mean, Doug Seafood's having a goddamn meltdown.
Yeah, you see that shit? I mean, something happened. Tell me something is not right there. Like, I'm telling you, how does a guy? Okay, how does it make sense? A guy who runs, I think, again, I don't know the valuation of the company. Some people have said it's like $1 billion or something. I don't know. He's a market maker regardless. But how does someone who's a multi-fucking millionaire, who's sitting there, and if he's correct with him saying that, oh, these guys just went to zero, why the fuck would he be sitting there targeting Salvatore? It makes no fucking sense.
He should be sitting in a study with a single malt scotch and a glass of ice.
Thank you.
Just stirring it, going.
And he'd say, yeah, fuck you. I'm the.
I mean, that's what he ended up doing with you guys, but I mean, he's probably like me, and he just likes a good shit-stirring fight on the internet. I mean, that is what got him kicked out of the NHL. he was starting shit fights on Twitter because, like a lot of millionaires, he's fucking bored. So, yeah, I mean, there's that. But now he's off probably enjoying yet another yacht trip while you guys are, I don't know, Michael's homeless. Who knows about ABC? I don't know about this Wally Buck guy. Salvatore's gone to prison. Houston Wade's in prison. And PP is living with his parents.
He was a fucking multi-millionaire. You guys just went to zero, right? He wouldn't be sitting there.
He's working on a coronary and wanting to like fist fight Salvador in the street. It's amazing.
It's fucking nuts. It brings me back to the days of early GameStop when I can't remember. I always forget his name. He came onto he came onto a live stream and then he acted like his webcam like went down. It wasn't working and he was panicking and shit because people can tell this bullshit. And again, when people who are worth millions like this and they come in and they start causing a ruckus amongst like not only like it's just like retail investors, something's not right here. Again, if this has gone to zero and this is a liquidation, why are you even interacting with Salvatore at this point? Because again,
because it's fucking funny, and Salvatore's a fucking loser, felon, idiot.
I was telling people on my show today, like, we're dog shit, all of us. We've been sweeping floors, we've been like, driving kids around, we've been writing Starbucks names wrong on the cup. We're dog shit people. We're used to being fucking losers eating ramen for dinner. And when we lose, our life doesn't change, right? Oh, I lose my $3,000 investment on Bed Bath & Beyond. Okay, I guess I'll have mac and cheese again tonight. Like, my life doesn't change at all.
That's a really interesting way to look at finance. Because if you think like that, I really wonder about how your finances are going to look when you retire. Like, is your plan to be a lifer at your local restaurant or your local Walmart? Are you planning on being a Walmart greeter when you're fucking 60? Like this idea that you can just piss $20K into a hole. Like, it's so fucking idiotic. And how much time and effort it takes to build up that money. Talking about how retail investors, it's just fucking $20K. Just flushing it down the toilet. Who cares? I'll get another $20K. Like, they've got the whole thing inversed. Like, this is such idiotic. I don't even know what to say about it. Like, the idea that somehow Wall Street millionaires have everything to lose and you have nothing to lose is just so childishly idiotic. Like, it requires you to have such a Saturday morning cartoon villain kind of vibe. Like Saturday morning cartoons, like, and the heroes won and the villains, run off to cower in their dark lair. Like, that's how you envision society, and it's fucking. I can send you back to the daycare if that's really where you want to go, but for the rest of us adults, that's not how reality works. You fucking children.
Doug Sifu, if he loses on this, he has to have mac and cheese for dinner, and he has to go work at Starbucks as a crappy barista.
No.
At 50 years old, like, his life becomes significantly worse. They view our lifestyle and the way we live as inhuman.
Yeah, it's absolutely.
They do not want to live like us ever. And the thought of dropping down from their West Palm Beach estate to living out like in the shitty suburbs where we are is the
and that also didn't happen.
Of a death sentence. This is why whenever the market collapses, a bunch of dudes start jumping out of buildings in Manhattan because they don't.
No. It wasn't when people were jumping out of buildings in Manhattan. You fucking cartoonish fucking pedophile. It was normal people who thought their lives were over because they ruined everything for their family. You fucking idiot. Like, also the fact that you just wish that on other people who you don't even fucking know. I'm so glad you're in prison. It's definitely where you fucking belong.
Want to live like the rest of us. They don't want bad groceries. Like, fuck that. I might as well kill myself. So
Jesus, how fucking privileged.
No, that is not it. It has nothing to do with bagging groceries. It's the idea that they are in such debt, normal people in such debt, that they have destroyed their lives. And there's no way they can get out from under it. The exact reason bankruptcy laws were created, by the way. And, aside to also get rid of debtor prisons, but like, And also the fact that they're foaming at the mouth for this kind of shit. Like, they wonder why everyone hates them on the internet. Because they are horribly vile and despicable people. And then when they get called out for that and called shitheads and assholes, they just project onto other people. But, like, this is their natural state. This pent-up angst about society and them being abject fucking failures their entire fucking life. Not achieving in a single fucking thing they do. And now they're just like projecting onto other people their insecurities. Again, Houston Wade is where he fucking belongs.
Man, are these some of these people? Good lord.
They are terrified.
Sure.
And that's why we could be so cocky, because
Not really. And also the idea that you think everyone can be just cocky. Look now at these statements, and then look now at the Bed Bath & Beyond community here in the beginnings of 2026. MJL is divorced, had his kids taken away from him, and everything else that went on in that whole divorce proceedings where he tried to turn it into something about Bed Bath & Beyond and went fucking absolutely insane. The amount of people who have had threats, the whole Ramiz situation, talking about how he rapes people's mothers in a fucking plane, and talking about how he fucks all the shills and their wives and all this stuff. The threats of harassment against Amy, the threats against Doug Sifu, all the different things that have happened over these past 2 years. Who is fucking winning again? Who are the horrible people? Who are the people who can't survive when they've been kicked out of their apartment or are homeless? Hi, how you doing, Michael? Who are having to beg online to sell their YouTube channel or their X account or their body to make rent? Seriously. Who are the people who have nothing to lose? The rich guy living it up and yucking it up in fucking Florida, or you? When are all of you gonna look back on videos like this, look at your reality now, and be fucking honest with yourselves? Seriously.
I can eat ramen noodles and mac and cheese for the rest of my life. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I mean, you make a
No, you're not even gonna get that in prison. Have a nice day.
great point. Yeah.
No, we can't lose. Even if we lose, nothing changes.
We'll just get back up and try it again, man. Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
So there's lots of stories that live on about like how hard it is to live as a normal person. Like the most famous one recently is Schitt's Creek. You know, people on top of the world and they gotta live like average human beings. And it's like these filth, these animals. This is going to be not just the hedge fund managers, but the billionaires who have entrusted their money with these hedge fund managers, about to have it blink out. And you know, people talk, oh, well, the inflation what happens if MOAS happens. No, it's just gonna be transfer of wealth.
Right.
We're gonna buy their mansions at auction. And they're gonna be renting our shitty apartments. That's just
What wishful thinking.
Holy shit. It sounds like paradise, man. Yeah. Real quick, Chris with the 20. I have a brain injury, been on workers' comp a year now. Holy shit, man. Sorry to hear that. Love to speak sometime. I can articulate better. It's more like maybe the SEC allowed him to set traps. That's the silence on MMTLP. Good point. Love to meet y'all. Excuse me. Love to meet y'all, but I don't have $500. Well, Chris, we'll see what we can make happen, man. We'll see once we get our total head count towards the end of it, and if we got an extra spot, maybe we'll be able to bring you on too, man. So I hope you get better, man. We also got another tip here from Materison. Remember when Steve Cohen said trading was a tough game? Can't wait to see him giving blowies behind the dumpster at Wendy's after this play. Right on. Cool. Appreciate the love, man. You make a good point, Houston Wade. You know, these guys will kick and scream and do anything they can to make sure that this doesn't implode, but they're the ones who made the bet. They're the ones who made the deal, right, of infinite losses. So to be fair, it's
Projection.
like, you know, if you made the bet and you're on a losing bet, you're on a fucking losing bet. But instead, what these fucking assholes do is they take these fucking swaps and they fucking pass them along to banks until they fucking go under. And that's what you saw. You know, you saw a multitude of banks go under. And again, this is a serious fucking problem. I think that, you know, the entire market itself has such a bad naked shorting problem that you're seeing it ripple across the entire economy, man. And again, you know, it's fucking crazy, man. You know, they got bailed out in 2008. They just fucking did it again. The only difference is they're not using the housing, you know, CDOs and stuff. They're more so going after, like, they're targeting specific businesses and companies, and they're destroying technology companies that are already kind of in this state of vulnerability, like cancer development technologies, things like that. And they fucking wipe them off the fucking planet Earth, man. Like, it's the...
Okay. This is such an idiotic summation of fucking healthcare stocks. Okay. I would prefer if a healthcare company stayed as a venture capital company and took funding rounds from rich people till the cows come home. I know he's talking about Northwest Biopharma. What I hate, absolutely hate, is when these biopharma research companies go public. Because all they are dilution machines. They could just stay in venture capital, take seed funding, and try and prove out their research to, do these great things. I'm not denying that some of them do. But when they come into public markets, the idea is not, rich, wealthy investors pay to invest into these research companies to develop new drugs. It's no, how much can we scrape off of people like you and me to fund their fucking research, assuming that it goes anywhere? And a lot of these healthcare research companies, they don't go anywhere. They just reverse split and dilute and reverse split and dilute and reverse split and dilute and just keep fucking scraping money on projects that may not even go anywhere. Like the science isn't there, or the technology isn't there. It's too ahead of its time, or it never was going to work. But like these companies, I personally don't like them. I personally don't think that they should be in public markets. If you're doing research, it should be for these venture capital companies, these ones that have the money to invest in this and then get a return on investment, and then it could maybe go public. But like asking the average retail investor to bear the burden of paying for the research and development of your whatever drug, your wonder drug that you think might work, possibly maybe in the future, like that just feels so fucking predatory. Hughes is still in jail, yes, to my knowledge. As far as I know, bail was set at a certain amount, but I don't think his family's even bailing him out. And there's no way he has the money for the bond. I think it was set at $200,000, which would mean he'd have to come up with $20K. You think this idiot right here has fucking $20K? I'm gonna go out there on a limb and say no. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have $20K.
It's the sickest thing that any fucking person out there can be. And these guys don't, same, you hear the term like these people don't trade off of emotions. They don't. I don't even think they have emotions in general to feel for certain people.
Every single one of them.
Money. Yeah, it's just money. It's a money game. Destroy this fucking company, piss all over them. And it's sick, man, but that's the reality of, kind of how we're living. Real quick, Pretty talks investing with a 2,500 AED. Holy shit, how much is that, Pretty?
Personally, you shouldn't be emotional in your investing. You should just look at the financials and try and make your best educated guess on what the company's going to do.
Like $700. Holy shit, Pretty. PB, ABC, Jake, Sal, Betts team. You carried us to the finish line. Thank you. Grateful. Holy shit. Appreciate the love, Pretty. We also got Control Chaos with the 2. Great. Now I want mac and cheese at 1 a.m. I think that sounds great, man. Say make it. Captain Redbeard with the 5. Yes, I am dog shit wrapped in cat shit. Exactly that.
I think there's going to be a lot that happens between
to dig in, my man. Ultimately, like
shit from him being sued and shit, man. Yeah.
Salvatore, quick question on that. From your review, does that seem to indicate that is like the final list of
amount of bonds?
Rep informed me that that AST is no longer the transfer agent, and what options set to expire in January of 24. And
I do as well.
So, and I think all of those are getting rolled up to
the 20th.
Yeah, he had 20K
in this transfer breadcrumb trail. That,
right.
Like I was saying earlier, like he's a judgment debtor. So if he had 20K in the bank, trust me, there would be a non-wage garnishment out, and they would get the 20K. If it was in his bank account, it would have been gone already.
They told me, and it was not exactly conclusive, like what Mellon Investments LLC shares, but not exactly. If we were going,
man, thank you for sharing that.
Stop that.
Again, this company
sold a bear trap, but all they did was divvy up.
When we show you quickly, like I know like some people.
Oh, it's you, Copy. Hey, how you doing?
Could you?
I'm sorry, I have to briefly pause at the insanity of charting a dead stock. Oh my goodness. Oh no. All right.
So I do believe that there's nothing like
market value. They condensed it to lower any ability for a margin call, so it ended up being 3.5 billion. Clearly, before we hit bankruptcy, the 52-week high was.
It's the most.
Oh, here we go.
You guys, I just kind of add this out. I'll probably post this on the
please.
Twitter, so that you guys can hear and stuff.
Yeah, I want to get another look.
How I look at it. Yeah, of course, things will change, but so I'm really excited for this week, guys. This whole month is gonna be fucking shit show, like squeeze and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm really excited for it, man. So
cool.
Let's go.
All right, you heard it from you, Copy, man. I fucking love this thing that you made here, you Copy. This is a great way to describe it, in my opinion. So fantastic, man. Chad, let's get some love for you, Copy, on his way out. Have a great rest of your weekend. See you.
Double dummy transaction.
All right, you heard it from you, Copy. We'll start bringing.
Are we talking about the people in the show here? The double dummy transaction? I don't know. A lot of dummies on here.
the show to a close. We'll let Houston Wade go, and then we'll bring in Alpha State for the night. Houston Wade, we've been streaming 5.5 hours, man. I'm glad we finally got you on. I know it's.
Okay, so that's the end of Houston Wade on this one. Let's see about this other one real quick.
That he's married based off that.
I'm trying to look for this
and,
fucking
and
post.
one more shout out. We're on anniversaries and birthdays and everything. Rock solid, getting married tomorrow.
Like, I don't think Goldberg. So they're gonna be hearing on.
Dan, Bed Bath & Beyond with the membership. Yeah, I don't know where this post is, but maybe if someone can direct where this post is from, Jay would love to see it tonight. All right, Chad, please give a warm welcome to none other than Houston Wade. All right, Houston Wade, how the fuck are we doing tonight, man? It's great to see you.
I am well. How's everybody?
Good, man. We've been great. A long time no talk on the show, man. Yeah. So it's good to see you tonight. Stick around as long as you'd like. Have you been following some of this Brandon Meadows stuff, Houston?
Yeah, I mean, it was on Monday, I think, is when Goldberg submitted his.
Yeah, I had said on the Baggy Awards stream that if PP wasn't going to do the smart thing like Sal did and a couple others of like, yes, Houston Wade was part of our community, we disown him and all this stuff, and by the way, we're deleting it. Instead, PP went the route of, I don't know this guy, he was never really part of our show, this Houston Wade guy, I don't know him, that I was going to play the live streams that had him. So, like, there's some other stuff I wanted to get to, but we decided to take a quick detour and go down some of the old stuff where Houston was part of the PP show. There's a reason he was on the stage for extended periods of time during the whole Pulte event, which we're not going to rehash that. Everyone's done that live stream to fucking death. But it just to prove the point that, yes, he was very chummy with them. He wasn't just some random guest they had on the show. They had him on multiple times. There was even the last stream we did where they said that they had him on a couple times before. Like, he was highly chummy with this group. He was a member of the community. And to suddenly pretend like, oh, Houston Wade, I never knew him. I honestly never knew him. Just, I can't even think of a single time he was just accidentally on the show is a rather dumb take. Everyone knows that he was part of the community, and he was definitely a part of the PP show, often, frequently. And the only reason he didn't show up for the second event, and he admitted as much, was because, Pulte was going the conservative route and trying to get into the Trump administration fairly early on. So, yeah, we're just kind of going over these two live streams. I don't know how much of this one I'll do before we move on to our next topic, but yeah. Well, and he's even bought into Michael's conspiracy theories where Michael is trying to say that Houston Wade is some fucking Epstein, George Soros, evil liberal plant because, Houston Wade, is a liberal. And so we dealt with it. I think it's on as a live stream, the PPC show RICO files. And I have planned a second one in that same vein, basically making fun of Michael's stupid Epstein conspiracy theories, but also proving that, I can play a connect the dots game too and connect a lot of these people with very sus people if I wanted to play the same game Michael did, and it'd be a lot more convincing than Michael's Epstein files nonsense. So, but yeah, so basically PP's bought in for his own protection Michael's stupid fucking conspiracy that, now Houston Wade is part of his Epstein conspiracies, and he's trying to prove that he worked for a bunch of Democrats, and that he's a Soros psyop, and he worked for Elizabeth Warren and all this other stupid shit. And PP's just going along with it and just like pretending like he never knew Houston Wade knew he was. And that's fucking silly, dude. It's really fucking silly. I'm going to let this play. I'm going to go get a drink and refill, and I'll be right back.
Filing, so they're going to be hearing on the 19th, I guess, the validity of the claim.
Yes.
I find it interesting. I think a lot of, how do I put this? I don't think Goldberg knows a lot of what's going on, despite being in charge of the plan. I have a feeling that he's narrowly focused on trying to maximize whatever money from fraud or claims or whatever he can get, and anything that's happening with the dip and Philo, he's not part of. Because the minute if there's a credit bid, he no longer has a job. Like he's gone. So he's not focused on any of that. He's just there to maximize what he can while he's there. But I do think it's interesting because now there's going to have to be discovery on this claim, right? So I'd be very, very interested to see what comes of it. I mean, all we do is speculate from here, but I'm Because like if you file false claims, it's a felony. So why would you file such a huge false claim?
That's what I've been asking on the show for a long time, because like this isn't just some guy just woke up, and even if it was a fucking nefarious party, I don't think that they're going to sit there and submit a claim for, maybe if it was like $1 billion, sure, like to slow things down, but not do $1 billion and then all of a sudden do another 10.8 on top of it. I mean, that's not very clear. And some of the things that we've been discussing here is that there could be potentially maybe a connection to possibly Apollo via this Brandon Meadows. But I'd like to see this post from Jade that specifies whether it is or not. But kind of looking back, I was not aware that this is what happened with Hertz, and with this being a claim, I'm just trying to understand. Essentially because according to Travis, Sixth Street themselves essentially took this priority claim or this admin claim and placed it even above themselves in terms of the payout. And I know Michael may or may not agree with that, but is that confirmed or what, Travis?
I couldn't go back and refine the wording because it was in just one particular docket that was part of the DIP agreement. But I know I read it, and gosh, for the life of me, I went through like multiple dockets trying to refine one little sentence in a paragraph that stated that. But I am certain that I read that all admin claims are a priority above Sixth Street, and Sixth Street has to, or not Sixth Street themselves, but the DIP lender has to approve any administrative priority.
I'm glad that the famous Brandon Meadows has finally revealed himself in this one. Did you see the hotel video? Yes, nasty shit. We did that at the top of this live stream. We went over that. It was crazy. We tried to have some laughs with the serious thing because otherwise you just kind of want to gouge your own fucking eyes out. It seemed like the cops were also trying to do that too because they were talking about using their gloves. Some of the cases they were talking about, it's like, ew, this has been fucking used. But, the head on that beer is going everywhere. But yeah, we basically what I had said, and several other people have said is, once that video is what I was wanting to see. But I think once they get into his cell phone and we see some of that, or even his computer, I'm pretty sure that's where they get the evidence that he's just screwed. I'm still of the opinion that we don't even get a trial, personally. This like, they got him pretty rock solid. And I mean, maybe there's a trial because Houston Wade's ego refuses to let himself be to believe that he got caught. So maybe we do get a trial, but I don't know. The smart thing seems to do is just take a plea. But, I mean, he is a meme stock guy, so these people aren't exactly known for using their brain.
So I mean, it's likely to say that it's been placed above, right? I mean, the biggest question is what's going to happen in terms of this claim, right? I mean, 11.8 billion. Could it be possibly we see like an injection of capital? I don't know. But it's very interesting, how they're going to kind of potentially address this. And yes, I mean, we did see in the plan admin's docket as of yesterday, it did state something as was it arguably baseless or however it was stated. It's hard to say, which route they're going to take with that claim. And Michael, honestly, tomorrow I would honestly just ask him, just when you have just a split second, be like, well, what are your thoughts on like this $11.8 billion claim? Like honest to God.
Well, we found out because that claim got discharged. So. Who ended up being right on that one? I believe it would be Mr. Goldberg.
I don't know if he'll answer that or not, but it's a fantastic question in my opinion to ask the plan admin, Michael.
Yeah.
And then go ahead, sorry.
What I just noticed actually, to like stir the pot, but looking at biggest holders of, yes, he was a 5% holder of Evergreen. Hudson
Oak
Bay.
Street. Oh yeah.
No shit.
I hope so.
What?
Yeah.
I'm so confused though, because like there's a thesis behind Hudson Bay. We've always been on one side. Like one side we're bearish about Hudson Bay, one side we're bullish. I mean, this is totally just a head fuck, man.
They're going to go towards where the most money is. So whatever viewpoint that is for their specific situation, they're playing both sides.
And the most money for them was diluting the shit out of you fuckers for as long as they can, taking as much money out of the equity as they possibly could. That's how death spiral financing works.
But that's how they're just staying in the position that they're in.
Right. They're a 5% shareholder in
Yeah, they're hedging though. I mean, just like any hedge fund would. They might be a capital firm, just like Sixth Street is, but they're hedging. Hey, we're invested in this. Let's also invest in this, and we'll win on one side. And no, our profits aren't going to be as great, but we're hedging one against the other in a way.
So I want to pull up this post here. I want to get an opinion here from Houston Wade on a post here pertaining to some nulls and creditors as well. Michael, is there
Travis or Kochi wants to pull it up? Actually, I'm going to kind of follow this thread a little bit.
All right, let's take a look at this. Travis, can you pull this one up for us? right, so we actually forgot to read this on the show yesterday. This was from Canada Dry Noob, and it actually pointed up something very interesting. Let me go ahead and read it here. Also, real quick, Thunderspeed with the 2. Pang is rich, fancy towel work in the back. Right on, Pang. We also got Thunderspeed with the 2. Plur, the officiant at Rock Solid's wedding. Right on, man, right on. All right, so from Canada Dry Noob, it says here, last night on the PP show, the topic of Knowles came up, including a comment by Marcus that Knowles belong to creditors. As you remember this week, we did discuss this. Now, Houston Way, I did want to get your opinion, what you think about this. From Norman Stubbs, he says, what about the Knowles, Marcus? He says they belong to creditors, including unsecured creditors. I actually came back to him and said false, the Knowles were actually not monetized, yada yada. Essentially, we would get 50% new equity via the Knowles. Canada Noob goes on to say, first, let's clarify, this does not mean individual creditors can receive a portion of the Knowles in the form of a tax write-off, nor does it mean the Knowles are an asset that can be liquidated and handed out as a cash recovery. For uncapped Knowles to move forward in a reorganized company, at least 50% of the new company equity must be composed of the old company's shareholders and creditors, which we know for a fact. Since shares were canceled, there's no longer shareholder representation in the old company. So uncapped Knowles can only move forward in a reorganized company with a debt for equity swap. However, the short position can still be salvaged by issuing new equity to canceled equity, since every short is forever linked to a long, even through cancellation. Salvage short position equals distribute new equity to canceled equity. Salvage Knowles equals debt for equity swap. So Marcus is right. The Knowles belong to creditors. More accurately, uncapped Knowles can only be carried forward on the backs of creditors in the debt for equity swap. Why did Marcus say including unsecured creditors when he could have just said creditors? Who are the unsecured creditors? Primarily bondholders. I'll take it. Go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead, Travis. Then I want to hear Houston's opinion.
That's the accountant's job.
So
God love how Marcus has been pretty clear about like swatting down all their conspiracy theories, and they still hover around him.
Knowles reside with the entity itself. So in order for a secured or unsecured creditor, for the Knowles to belong to them, their debt for equity would have to encapsulate them actually taking over a particular entity in essence, or 50% of that. That way they could obtain or retain 50% of the Knowles for themselves. But in doing so, those Knowles really, they stay with the entity that were acquired. And that entity those Knowles can be used with that entity going forward, of course, up to like, there's a 20-year carry forward for that.
All this
but
does not matter in the slightest.
That's what I'm looking for here. God, I'm having a brain for it. It's a tax asset. That's what I'm looking for. It's not necessarily something that can be.
I
hope that kind of you can get a cash payout, and that's it. And we're talking about how if you're on the record as refusing equity, you may not be able to accept equity as an unsecured creditor when bankruptcy comes around. Basically, you can get a cash payout, and that's it, and the equity moves on to others. I find it kind of strange. I do think that the goal of this is to kind of screw over shorts. That's my own personal speculation, that this entire plan is to lull the shorts into complacency and then just fuck them real hard, because it will generate so much wealth for everyone else. Because if you can force a squeeze on these guys, or
so this
30 cents on
was
the dollar,
February,
whatever, you're gonna win. And so if you
so this was February 28th of 2024. So this was, oh Jesus, almost 2 years ago now.
If you're taking over this company because you're the dip and Philo, you can, assign a value to the stock, kind of like what Hertz did. Hertz was like, oh, we're going to issue the stock at $13 a share, and all of a sudden that's a floor. And then, send out cash and whatever, and that boosts the floor even more. And all of a sudden you've got a whole bunch of millions, possibly billions of shares that were short at 20 cents and below, all of a sudden exploding the margin on anyone who did it. And I think that's where the real play is, because you get 901 million shares, they're authorized. You can say, in whatever filing you do, when you're going to rejoin the exchange, you can say, oh, we're going to sell 10 million shares at the market over the next 6 months or whatever. And if you get a squeeze going, you can offer those shares and make billions for the company.
Well, it's essentially what GameStop did, is like they were able to build a war chest off, selling into the squeeze.
How excited is everybody for fucking earnings with Ryan Cohen behind the bag?
How do you think that the earnings are going to look this time around? Because I think for the last one they were heading for profitability, if I'm not mistaken.
Profitability. I think we break that barrier. I think we see above like a.
I was planning on doing that quarter 4 last year, and I had my options, sold them for a couple thousand profit. I bought a whole bunch of puts, thinking, here we go, and then they crush earnings by like 67 cents a share or something.
You bought puts on GME?
Oh yeah, because it's what the hedge funds were doing. But their earnings were insane. They beat it by like 60-something cents, and the stock price went up $11 after hours, which is the first time out of all of those earnings calls. And even since then, the last 3 have been exactly like the old pattern. It runs up and then they hammer it down after hours. And so I think what Ryan Cohen's
pattern. Yeah, Houston, you should have done it on AMC today.
It doesn't get hammered down in after hours. It's, oh my goodness. This happens with all these meme stocks, and I've taken advantage of it on a couple occasions. And I've told the AMC crowd about it, and I've told the GameStop crowd about it. When you guys run up the price before earnings, you push up the price to infinity and beyond, no earnings are going to move green the stock. You guys have already priced in the earnings by blowing the price well beyond its fair value. And so people, because all apes are retail, but not all retail are apes, they see the price, they see the earnings, they make their decision, and they sell. Because the price is inflated past where fair value is. And this happens almost all the time with these meme stocks heading into earnings. The price gets jacked up, way juiced for no fucking reason other than earnings are about to happen. And then earnings happen, the price is well above where fair value is, and the price collapses.
dude.
Yeah.
Why didn't you? I
I
did.
didn't
I'm
have
transparent.
anything to throw at today.
You're right about the calls though. Like you can easily catch like GameStop at like the $13 levels. You can easily get the calls. And I tried. I was looking at some patterns last week too, and I was certain that last week we would have this run to like at least 14.30 on GME. So I was playing like these like $1 and $2, staying in like these options. And then that week I was actually wrong. This week it actually happened. So they do like it does follow like this kind of pattern, but it's hard to say what it's going to look like in earnings. Sometimes what happens is the stock price will kind of run into earnings and then it will essentially like fall flat. And then essentially sometimes you have other times where the stock's fucking trading, just nothing's happening, and then boom, on earnings it just explodes. So
yeah. So my plan this time around is I'm thinking that the Cohen Company has been sort of gaining the previous 3 quarters. Because you notice like, oh, we just missed by 1 cent, right? We lost 1 cent a share, and they did that like each of the 3 quarters. And I think what they've been doing is they've been manipulating their reporting so they can put all of the earnings into this 4th quarter and make it huge and make it bigger than what the analysts expect, so they can have a huge run on the stock price. And
that's called accounting fraud. That's called accounting fraud, Houston.
I give it a good chance that they announce a dividend this quarter, no matter how small it is, 2 cents a share, 25 cents a share, whatever. And so I'm a degenerate gambler. So what I'm doing this time around is I'm buying about
you're preaching to the choir, man.
Yeah, I'm buying about 1,000 weeklies the Friday before earnings at about $5 to $7 above the share price. I'm gonna let it ride, baby. Because
wait, what do you have?
I'm purchasing.
Let me hear. All right, let me hear.
So Friday before earnings, so it'll be the March 21st or whatever it is.
Okay, what are you planning?
I'm gonna buy about 1,000 calls that are about $5 to $7 above the strike price. And if they have earnings like they did last year for quarter 4, they'll run $11 after hours, and I could turn that into several $100,000 if I'm right.
It's not a bad idea, but the problem is that right around earnings you're gonna get IV crush. That's the problem.
No, there's some.
Yeah. I want to give you some unsolicited advice, and this has happened repetitively for the last like 6 quarters. About 2 weeks before earnings, buy some options that expired the Friday, a week and a half after earnings. Yeah. Right? And just play IV. The IV will spike 2 weeks later before earnings. So I guarantee you make 100% profit. 100%. And I'm not telling anybody to do this.
Not financial advice.
I'm saying if you're a degenerate gambler, yes.
Wow. An intelligent idea from Travis. Who would have guessed?
Financial advice. If you're a degenerate gambler, do it paper trade it. Get on paper trade right? I promise you 100%.
I mean, you make a good point. I mean, options are fantastic if you utilize them properly. Yes, you can lose a lot of money, and losing money is really like the learning experience of options. You understand how to get on IV crush. You know what I mean? Like, how else are you gonna figure out how to get IV crush unless you lose $500?
Well, like we haven't even gotten into like Houston Wade's actual videos on his actual channel talking about stuff like MMTLP and all this crap. These guys they're mental midgets, to be sure.
In the chat, I guarantee it. But this is not financial advice.
All right, what do you guarantee? Let's hear it.
No,
yeah. But yeah, I mean, looking at options, things like that. Looking at GameStop, maybe we're heading to profitability, right? And like the biggest question too is,
they all are in their own head. They're just one options trade away from being a millionaire.
What is Ryan Cohen actually planning as the CEO? I mean, not only as the CEO, but also he's at the helm of pause for nearly 6 months now. What's
whatever he wants.
Exactly. So with IP, excuse me, that he's sitting on $3 billion in cash, right? Carl Icahn's sitting on $3 billion. GameStop's sitting on $1 billion. I mean, they're taking a picture together. There's some form of maybe not necessarily a business transaction, but there's something happening here. I mean, you're talking about two of the largest. You won't find it because nobody's saying fuck all about it, right? So I mean, it leads me to believe that
asset management, and they're a big holder in El Caterton Asia Acquisition Corp.
Wow.
Hey,
closed-end funds, Square Capital.
Possibly, if maybe there's an injection of
18 billion at one point. They've since collapsed into almost nothingness, but they're sitting on enough knolls that whoever acquires them gets about $600 million back on taxes. And so this article in the Financial Times is all about how these bankrupt companies are really juicy for SPACs because rather than spend a bunch of money and pay a bunch of assholes at Solomon Smith Barney or Goldman Sachs or whatever to help you do an IPO, you just reverse merge.
Oh no, they have millions of dollars in knolls. Too bad the actual debt of the company is billions.
Into one of these SPACs, and all of a sudden you get money back. Like you don't have to worry about paying somebody to put your shares out there. So having these bankrupt companies be used as a reverse merger like enticement is really juicy. And right now the 2 biggest companies with a huge amount of knolls are in this position are Sears and Bed Bath & Beyond. So I think somebody's gonna take it, and I think the dip financiers look.
They didn't take either of them.
At those books like, all right, we'll spend $500 million and we'll get $3 billion out of this just from the merger alone. So that's like the foundation. Anything that happens above and beyond that, I think, is where we get into our speculative realm, and we can make our guesses and lay our bets and see, it's gonna be cash equity, it's gonna be fine against JP Morgan for the buybacks. We're gonna get, it's gonna split to 7 companies. Like, it's all fun to think about that stuff. But I think the very base level is you can use these knolls as a SPAC, reverse merger someone in, and stock starts trading again.
Yes.
And with Washington Mutual had gone to fucking zero. I was day trading Washington Mutual back in the day because it would go 1 cent, 2 cent, 1 cent, 2 cent. It's money. The people who held onto their shares got reverse mergered into another company, and those shares went to like $45.
Hold on. So hang on. Let's talk about that for a second. So fill us in. What exactly happened with, what did you say it was called? Washington Mutual?
Washington Mutual was the largest savings and loan in America. They went belly up in 2008.
2008, okay.
All of a sudden, FDIC sees them. All their assets got sold to JP Morgan Chase for about 1 cent on the dollar. So JP Morgan Chase paid like $3 billion and got $300 billion in assets out of it.
Wow.
And overnight, no bid, like, here, just take it.
Yeah.
So I have to interrupt you. Sorry, Houston, I love you. This literally just happened like this week. There were certain Canadian pensions that ended up selling off 29 million worth of commercial-backed real estate for $1.
At one point, there was a favorable ruling from some federal court for shareholders about, they get some sort of payout in the end. And the stock price went from 1 cent to 50 cents, and I sold, and I went a year for 2 months.
That's crazy shit.
People who held for about 50 cents, it dropped right back down again to like 1 cent, 2 cent. Eventually, the Knowles of Washington Mutual got spun into, I can't remember the company that
Was the stock canceled though? Was the stock deemed worthless at any point in time during that?
I don't know about that part.
Okay, that's what we need to find out.
But equity was reissued as the new shares in this other company, and it shot to like $45 a share. So I mean, there's precedent for that. These SPACs are worth something, and if you're going to want to enter into the market, why not gobble up a banker company?
So then let me ask you this: if you believe that there's going to be a scenario where the Knowles and like we reverse into like a SPAC, okay, so walk me through in your mind how that's going to happen. Is that going to be with Bed Bath TF? Is that going to be with the acquisition co? Like how is that going to happen in your mind? With the entities involved.
Yeah, which one's going to be doing it? I don't
if you had to
honestly. Guess. My guess is that you'd have the dip, make a bid, and as part of that bid, there may be a cash payout to unsecured creditors. Like, this is like out of here, wanting to do it.
Again, here he doesn't know. PP just asked him to guess, which is Houston Wade's favorite thing because he can just make shit up, whatever sounds cool, even though he knows not a singular fucking thing.
And when they absorb DK Butterfly, they'll probably issue new equity to the shareholders just to fuck with the shorts, because I think that's the entire purpose of this entire thing is they make money off it, but I think really deep down they want to just like break their bone.
Just all out wish for fulfillment. Like, not a fucking clue. I just think this would be really cool if it happened. I got no evidence that it will, but like it'd be really cool for me because I'd make a lot of money.
And sort of be legends. Be someone that gets an entire semester in business school taught dedicated to them. Like, that's my personal speculation on there. But as to who is going to be the reverse merger target, I have no idea. I don't know if it's going to be Teddy. I don't know if it's going to be Lego. I don't know if it's going to be,
There was no reverse merger target.
Companies, multiple companies spin out of it. You can have, it's. I just think whatever's the most diabolical thing, that seems to be the most likely because it presents the greatest reward in the end.
Yeah, and I still sometimes just sit here and I just try to understand, what.
His entire thought process has nothing to do with what is most likely or probable to happen. What would make him filthy, stinking rich? Because he's a poor, broke piece of shit, now known as pedo, who has a $500 million judgment racking up 12% interest over his head, and he desperately needs the money to be somebody again.
What's the point of preserving the ticker, preserving the Knowles, if in the end you had nothing really to give in terms of like shareholders, things like that? So
and like they didn't do the math on the Knowles.
They didn't preserve the ticker and they didn't preserve the Knowles. But anywho,
until after they sold off IP, they didn't bother starting that.
Why do you think they would do it that way?
Because they didn't want anyone who would do a giant stocking horse bid for the entire company to basically know what the Knowles were, I think, and not have that on there. And that's one of the things that the shills are always like, well, they're worth anything. I'm like, they didn't even start work on it until they sold off IP. Companies did gone. Then why in July did they start calculating the Knowles? Why did they do that before then? Do you know how a calendar works?
And then the timing as well with like some of the the stocking horse like deadlines, things like that. Then all of a sudden you start seeing like this $1 billion claim on the 14th of July. Then we see an additional $10.8 billion that comes in on October 24th, which was very interesting as well. So like a lot of the timelines too, like it's just for me, it's hard to see that how the claim itself could be seen as nefarious. So I like to think that the claim is beneficial to us as shareholders. How they're going to address it is going to be very interesting. I don't really know how the plan admin will address it. But again, they're addressing these smaller claims right now for like $1 million. I don't really think they should be doing this. They should be focusing on the elephant in the room, the $11.8 billion claim that is by far the largest fucking claim.
That ended up being just a false claim.
Out of everything, how it's going to happen, how it's going to
transpire. We see dockets for like $114 claims. Like,
yes,
the docket drop is like $114 to like Joe's cleaning service. Like, who gives a shit? Like,
right.
Cut a check and let them go away. Yeah.
Let me go ahead and pull this up. I would love to get your guys' opinions on this. Travis, if you don't mind pulling this up real quick, we can just take a quick look. And then let me go ahead and read back some of these tips here. My apologies if I missed a couple here, fellas. Scott with the 2, appreciate the love with the delayed 10K. I'm assuming they're going to understand out there is that once they, I think once they announce that or they've already announced the
year to have this play out. I'm saying that I just said devil's advocate,
like
taxes wise,
yes,
or clarification.
But if they'll be the same offset.
Of would be claiming that
is you don't claim the loss in your 2023 tax return. You with the basis of the new equity.
So obviously just paid here. All right, so real quick, I wanted to address this.
What did he do?
I have no idea, but this is the verification from yesterday's.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, this is the image of page 31 of the FMC report.
Yes, foil here. Jump in here, give your opinion on it.
I just have to throw it in just because somebody in the chat, I think their name was DK.
Which could be in the Knowles and Bed Bath Mexico, which is a
GoDaddy domain.
Apparently, it's my viewers my birthday every day.
Yeah. Then you still want to sit in for a little longer?
I'll sit in for, I can sit in like 15 minutes and I get ready to do my own show. So.
Sounds good, man. Yeah. What time are you going live?
Probably about 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock, right on.
Well, 8 o'clock my time, so.
Okay. Well, that's it for Houston Wade. So that deals with that segment. Again, pretty sure that he's pretty well donezo's, and there's no escaping that one for him. Let me get things set up for the next thing we're gonna deal with here. All right. So next up, we're going to deal with the Andrew Left v. Anson Funds. I know I gave it earlier what this one was about, but let's go back over it really quick. So Andrew Left got sued by the SEC and also has criminal charges for wire fraud. basically, the entire situation is that he was announcing trades or positions that he said he had while doing the opposite in the background. He basically got charged with the same stuff that the Atlas trading crew got charged with. One of them had to deal with Anson Funds. Andrew Left, who presumably Anson Funds gave information to the SEC. Andrew Left is suing Anson Funds, even though the criminal and civil charges, so the DOJ and the SEC charges, have not been dropped, and they're going forward, to the best of my knowledge. There's already been a plea deal with someone from Citron Research, I'm pretty sure, at least on the SEC claims. I don't think he was charged with anything criminal. So they already have a cooperating witness. Anson Funds is already, I guess you could call a cooperating witness. So Andrew Left is trying to sue Anson Funds for defamation, for basically working with the SEC to craft these charges. The most recent thing that we know about is that on the 30th, so just before New Year's, Anson Funds filed a motion to strike, which is something that's part of anti-SLAPP legislation, that before you file your motion to dismiss, or you file before anything, and it immediately stops discovery once filed. So basically, they're saying that this is about, trying to harm Anson. There's no legitimate claims. It's basically trying to go after them for participating in public discourse and for, being helpful to the SEC. I did not download those exhibits because I'm trying to cut back on my Pacer bill. But if anyone wants to be so kind as to get any of these exhibits, I think the grand total of it, sum total of it, was somewhere around $30. So I didn't go and get it, but I did get the actual motion. So let's go to town on that, shall we? And I'm probably going to stop to do a lot of highlighting with this one because it's getting the document ready for Saturday. Because Saturday, I usually have to be quick and precise with what's going on because we have a lot of topics here. I can take my time. We can go through everything and look it over. Redacted version of the document proposed to be filed under seal. Okay, so we're going to see a lot of redactions. That's their original open motion. Then this is the actual filing. Table of contents and table of citations and other authorities. Plaintiff's complaint is a textbook strategic lawsuit against public participation, SLAPP, that California Code of Civil Procedure 425.16 was designed to strike down. It alleges two state law claims for relief, defamation and business disparagement. These arise from oral and written statements that defendants made to the SEC and official government investigations and stuff we don't get to know. That renders plaintiffs' claims dead on arrival, for reasons we don't get to know. They are absolutely privileged under California's litigation privilege civil code section 47B and cannot form the basis of a claim for relief. Plaintiff Left is well known as a short seller and other things we don't get to know. As explained below, his allegations do not withstand legal scrutiny, but as a threshold matter, the court may and should take note of the contrary judicial admission that Left made in his criminal case. There, in seeking dismissal, Left admitted that his prosecution stems from his conduct as a public doomsayer about companies whose stock he was shorting. As he wrote, the government charged Andrew Left solely for expressing his opinions about 17 securities, which it claims were only false because Left traded different at different prices than he had opinions. In Left's own words, the government's theory of the case is that Left committed securities fraud because A, he published negative opinions about various stocks, effectively encouraging readers to sell, and B, his opinions could not have been sincerely held because Left, after publishing those opinions, traded in a manner that was arguably inconsistent with them. Yes, that would be what they're charging him with. They're charging him with basically a pump and dump. that he put his opinions out there for the purpose of generating a price movement that he could then trade on. That is the gist of the government's claims. Left's statements in his criminal case cannot be reconciled with his allegations here. They destroy any causal link between defendants' allegedly false testimony and Left's indictment and SEC lawsuit. In reality, Left filed this lawsuit to coerce defendants into blank to make it more favorable to him. Before filing it, Left sent defendants a draft complaint and offered not to file it if defendants would agree to blank. God damn it, why'd you have to blank that part out? Whoopsies. However, even though we don't know why, this sounds very strangely like blackmail. Just gonna throw that out there. In response, defendants sent a letter identifying the legal defects outlined above, cautioning against attempts to tamper with or coerce witness testimony. Oh yeah! Yeah! That is a really good point that I had not thought about. Holy shit! Filing a lawsuit to coerce witnesses in a federal criminal case. Yikes! I don't know why I hadn't thought of that sooner. That is really dumb. And warning that filing the lawsuit may subject plaintiffs and their counsel to sanctions. Plaintiffs are undeterred. Stop that. I just wanted to highlight this part. Wow. I had not thought of that, and I don't know why. That is a really good point. The court should not tolerate plaintiffs' manipulation of the judicial system. As detailed below, defendants met their burdens under the anti-SLAPP statute, and plaintiff cannot meet theirs. To begin, defendant readily satisfied the initial step in an anti-SLAPP analysis. Their statements were made before a legislative, executive, or judicial proceeding, or any other official proceeding authorized by law. Accordingly, the burden shifts to the plaintiffs to demonstrate that their claims have minimal merit. Plaintiffs cannot do so. First, reasons we don't get to see, is absolutely privileged under California Civic Code Section 47B, which immunizes statements made in an official proceeding. This absolute privilege bars plaintiffs' claims as a matter of law, regardless of if the statement's true or false, and regardless of the speaker's intent or motive. That's a really good anti-SLAPP law. I mean, some might argue it's a little too good. Because imagine if you were called to testify as a witness and you made a false statement. It even annuls you, it even protects you if you made an intentionally false statement. Now, I assume that, authorities could charge you with something if they wanted to, but making a false statement is immune from civil liability. Whew. Second, plaintiffs' defamation claims are barred by California's one-year statute of limitations for such claims. I mean, yeah, if it's outside the statute of limitations, then you're just kind of SOL. Plaintiffs knew that the substance of the whatever as early as May 2023 and obtained blank in November of 2023. At the latest, the limitation period began running in July of 2024 when the SEC and DOJ publicly filed enforcement proceedings against Left, incorporating blank. Plaintiff filed this lawsuit on October of 2025 outside the one-year statute of limitations by any calculations. Plaintiff cannot plead around the fact that they had access to blank for years. I'm going to assume the charges. They attempt to muddy the waters with allegations about the content of blank. But those submissions only repeated defendants' time-barred blank to the same audience and thus cannot receive the claim. Yeah, a lot of states, when it's a defamation claim, if you make a series of statements, it's based on that oldest statement is when the clock starts running for the statute of limitations. So if you repeat it if it's about the same thing and you didn't have a claim a year ago, you don't magically get a new one if they repeat the same statement. The statute of limitations starts at the tail end of that, not the front. Third, plaintiffs failed to adequately plead essential elements of their claims and cannot cure those defects. That include blank was false. B, defendant's statements were defamatory and defamatory per se. Defendant's statements were derogatory as to plaintiff's business. Defendant's statements' proximity caused the government to indict Left and file enforcement proceedings against him, in turn causing him special damages. In addition, Left is a public figure. He built his career orchestrating media and public relations campaigns to influence public opinion. Thus, as a prima facie element of both claims, plaintiffs must plausibly allege that defendant acted with actual malice, i.e., they knew the statements were false or were reckless in their ignorance of them being false. It's not just that they were false, it's that they either knew they were false or did not go through the steps to, determine truth or their validity. Facts alleged in the complaint. Government investigated and charged Andrew Left. We knew about that part. We'll skip over that. Besides, there's a lot of black ink spilled that keeps us from reading most of it. Yeah, this litigation seems like a good place to start. On October 30th, 2025, more than 15 months after the DOJ indicted Left, and 30 months after blank, I assume the original investigation that got started, plaintiff filed this lawsuit against defendants. The complaint alleges that blank was false and caused Left to be criminally indicted and civilly sued. The complaint places outsized emphasis on blank. I assume Anson's testimony, or Anson Funds' testimony. Plaintiff alleged blank was and is a necessary element of the government's ability to prove their case. Left alleged he was indicted, at least in part, because of defendants' lies to the SEC and DOJ. But plaintiffs do not allege that blank caused the SEC or DOJ to bring charges. The government charged Left with securities fraud based on a multi-year scheme to deceive investors through false public statements and multiple companies. That conduct had nothing to do with, I assume, the deal that Anson Funds did with him. They kind of went over legal standards. We won't stick with that. We'll skip right on to argument. The court should strike plaintiff's complaint under California's anti-SLAPP. Defendant's conduct arises from protected activity. Under California's anti-SLAPP statute, protected activity includes 1. Any written or oral statement or writing made before a legislative... Yeah, we got that. Yeah, we were explained that earlier. Each of the defendant's statements were issued here. Defendant's statements, which we don't get to know what they were, qualifies as statement made before a law enforcement agency. Let me also get this wonderful citation from this case. Zucht v. Gallardi, finding that as a general matter, trial testimony and statements made to prosecutors preparing for a trial are protected as any oral statement made in connection with an issue under consideration or review by a legislator, executive, or judicial body. Greca Integrated v. Lowry. Disclosure of information to authorities and in deposition at trial testimony in response to subpoenas were all protected activities. Yeah. As such, blank are protected activity. I assume this has to do with whatever the deal was, so. Same is true for blank. It is a written submission to the SEC to persuade the SEC that either no violation occurred or that any violation that had occurred is not as serious as the SEC might believe. Oh, so they even filed, that makes it sound like they even made statements to the SEC. It's like, no, this isn't securities fraud. This is the deal that we did with Andrew Left. So they not only made statements that were used by the SEC to frame their charges, they even may have made statements that actually help Andrew Left, and he's still suing them. Amazing. Plaintiffs cannot establish that they are likely to prevail. Because plaintiffs' claims arise from protected activity, the burden shifts to them to demonstrate that their claims have legal merit. To satisfy this burden, plaintiffs must establish that their claims are legally sufficient. Plaintiffs cannot carry that burden. Defendant statements are absolutely privileged. They're just kind of repeating the same thing there. We kind of got that they're absolutely privileged because they were said to a law enforcement agency. Plaintiffs' claims are time barred. Plaintiff's defamation claims is subject to a 1-year statute of limitations. The trade liable claim is subject to a 2-year statute of limitations. A claim for defamation arises when the defendant publishes a defamatory statement by communicating it to a third person who understands its defamatory meaning applied to the plaintiff. The complaint alleges that defendants Kassem and Puri defamed plaintiffs blank. Amazing. It alleges further that blank. Real helpful, guys. Plaintiff did not file this lawsuit until October 2025. By then, the claims were time barred. To avoid this obvious defect, blank. And the plaintiffs did not get access, blank. Gotta love it. Even accepting that it's true, none of it matters. The complaint admits that defendant's lawyer sent blank to plaintiff's lawyer on November 2023. These allegations bar plaintiff's defamation claims. An attorney's possession, knowledge, or awareness of alleged defamatory statements may be imputed to his client. So if your lawyer knows it, you know it. Regardless if you actually know it, if your lawyer knows it, he's representing and acting on your behalf. So effectively, you know it, even if you don't know it. An attorney as his client's agent, and the agent's knowledge is imputed to the principal even where the agent does not actually communicate with the principal, who thus lacks the actual knowledge because he's acting on your behalf. So him having the knowledge means you effectively have the knowledge because he's speaking on your behalf. Plaintiff may ask the court to apply the discovery rule, which delays the accrual of the cause of active tort until the plaintiff discovered it, the factual basis for his or her claim. It does not help plaintiff here. A plaintiff has reason to discover a cause of action, for he or she has reason at least to suspect a factual basis for the elements. But even under the discovery rule, suspicion of one or more of the elements of a cause of action coupled with knowledge of any remaining elements will generally trigger the statute of limitations. Oh, that's good to know. Someone want to phone over to Ethan and maybe, I know this is California law, but I'm assuming this is applicable law in most federal jurisdictions. But maybe take that highlight part, send it over to Ethan, and remind him that his whole Project Popcorn litigation shit is time barred. Be a real great help for me. Ignoring plaintiff's possession of, by November 2023, they should have known, reasonably discovered alleged defamatory blank by 2024, when the SEC announced a settled enforcement action against Anson that described the third-party payment arrangement. And even if they were not sufficient, plaintiff should have known all about or reasonably discovered the allegedly defamatory blank by July of 2024 when the DOJ indicted Left and when the SEC sued him in a complaint that alleged that Left had directed payments to a third party. That third party being Anson. Plaintiff also had reason to suspect that the alleged defamation by at least June 11, 2024, when the SEC announced that it had settled an enforcement action against Anson, which included the finding that Left had asked Anson advisors to send him his share of trading profits through a third-party intermediary, to which Anson agreed. Similarly, when the DOJ indicted Left a few weeks later, it alleged that defendant Left directed a third party to create false invoices requesting payments for research services. The SEC filed a separate complaint against Leff the following day, alleging Leff took steps to conceal that he had been compensated by Anson in connection with using his Citron research platform by asking Anson to send him a share of the trading profits through a third-party intermediary. This is really not looking good for him, just for the record. Defendants blank. Cannot receive plaintiff's time-barred claims. Any alleged defamatory statements in them were not made to some new party. The complaint fails to state a claim. To state a claim, to state a claim for defamation, the plaintiff must allege the existence of A publication that is B, false, C, defamatory, and unprivileged, and that E has the natural tendency to injure or that causes special damages. A public figure must also sufficiently allege that the speaker acted with actual malice in making the alleged defamatory statements. To state a claim for business disparagement or trade libel, plaintiffs must show that the defendant made a statement disparaging plaintiff's product. 2. The disparaging statement was couched in as fact and not opinion, that it was false and it was made with malice, and the statement caused monetary losses. Plaintiffs have not and cannot plead these elements. Okay, we're getting pretty well along here. Plaintiffs failed to allege that defendant's statements were defamatory or defamatory per se. Plaintiffs' allegations that defendant's statements were defamatory or defamatory per se are insufficient. In California, defamation involves the intentional publication of a statement of fact which is false, unprivileged, and has a natural tendency to injure or which causes special damages. Plaintiffs do not properly allege that the alleged defamatory statements have a natural tendency to injure, such that they expose any person to hatred or contempt, ridicule, or have a tendency to injure him in his occupation. A statement is defamatory per se if a defamatory meaning can be applied. Complaint fails to satisfy these standards. The alleged defamatory statements about blank are not accusations of criminal conduct or statements we've already left Houston Wade alone. We've moved well past him. We got all our jollies in the first 2.5 hours. We're on to beating Andrew Left with a wooden rod now. The complaint fails to satisfy these standards. The defamatory statements about blank are not accusations of criminal conduct or statements that on their face directly injure plaintiff in their business, nor does the statement standing alone clearly convey a meaning that is defamatory. The statements require substantial extrinsic context to carry any defamatory meaning. Baker v. Fox. Test is whether a reader without extrinsic aid beyond his or her own intelligence and common sense would perceive the statement as defamatory. Only by layering on extensive background about securities law, blank, can plaintiffs construct a defamatory interpretation. Plaintiffs fail to allege that the statement refer to and clearly derogate plaintiff's business. Such a weird word. Plaintiff fails to allege that the statements were unprivileged. Because California's litigation privilege is an absolute privilege, it applies to alleged defamatory statements. Plaintiff cannot allege that alleged defamatory statements are unprivileged. Yep. Plaintiffs fail to allege actual malice. To prevail on their trade claims, plaintiffs must allege that actual malice occurred. The same is true for the purposes of plaintiffs' defamation claims. I see we're kind of going around in circles because the business defamation is kind of the same way. The court should dismiss the complaint under Rule 12b-6. Ah, yes, 12b-6. Plaintiff's claims are barred by the absolute litigation privilege. Primary matter California litigation privilege applies to defendant's testimony. And because it applies, then 12b-6 kicks in. He failed to state a claim under which relief can be granted, so goodbye. Yep. And that's pretty much that. That wraps that up nice and tidy. That was actually pretty painless. Where do we want to go next? I'm going to take a quick break. And then when we come back, we'll deal with the, not that one yet. We'll deal with metamaterials, since that's one I know is going to be on the Saturday show. Let me get rid of the Andrew Left one first. That's this one. Actually, no, I want to leave that. We'll just pull it over here for now. And then, now that I got that highlighted, and then we'll move on to, we'll get to Holbrook Holdings eventually, but I wanted to, yeah, there, the metamaterials one. And there's good reason for why we're going to do metamaterials next. We actually got the statements from the non-parties in that discovery, and their responses for the brief for the bankruptcy court. I think it's pretty interesting, so we'll get into that next. I will be right back, and we'll get started on that. Alrighty. So this is a metamaterials bankruptcy case. Last we left off, we had a break after the hearing where things were set for the briefing schedule because the judge wanted to be fully briefed on the arguments. Let me pull this up real quick here, which is that. So the briefing schedule is as follows. The non-parties, which are Anson, Citadel Securities, and Virtu Financial, they filed their 20-page brief on the 16th. On the 20th of this month, we will be getting the response from the U.S. trustee, and then another 15-page reply to that by the 11th of next month. So that is the schedule on that. So let's go hop and skip over to the actual document here. Table of contents. Preliminary statements. The subpoenas should be quashed and or a protective order issued on 3 independent grounds beyond those already asserted in the motion. First, as a threshold matter, the trustee lacks standing because the stock owned by and traded among third parties is not estate property. During the hearing, the court asked whether the debtor's equity constitutes the debtor's property. The answer is no. When third-party shareholders trade stock among themselves, the corporation whose stock is traded is not involved and has no property interest in those transactions. The stock is an asset belonging to the shareholders, not the corporation. Any claims arising from trades among shareholders belong to those stakeholders alone, not the debtor. As the trustee herself confirmed when she explained that her contemplated litigation would provide recovery for the shareholders. Further, the facts of the bankruptcy proceeding and other litigation relating to the debtor independently trigger the in parte delicto bar. Whew, I actually had to go look this one up, but it's kind of interesting. You have to shift this around a little bit. In parte delicto. In Latin, a phrase commonly used in tort or contract law, which means an equal fault. This doctrine states that there is a bar to a plaintiff's recovery of damages for a wrong the plaintiff participated in and serves as an equitable defense. Courts are therefore reluctant to award relief to plaintiffs who have unclean hands. So basically, if you're talking about, let's say, a market that's manipulated for security, if the company itself, did a shady reverse merger and then did a shady spin out that is currently being investigated for securities fraud, among other things, that, maybe, just maybe, they're more the bad guy than us, or at least we are maybe 40% the bad guy and they're 60% the bad guy, and so the claims that they're able to take against us are lessened or don't exist at all because they come from the plaintiff in question having unclean hands. You gotta wonder, especially with this argument, that there's a reason why X Market News and all these other clowns aren't talking about this filing, because it doesn't look really good for them. Just gonna throw that out there. I know, I like using that. Second, the trustee cannot satisfy federal securities law standing requirements under Section 10b and Rule 10b-5. Limit private actions to purchasers and sellers of securities. The debtor has not claimed to be either the purchaser or the seller for any of the transactions for which they seek discovery. In addition, reliance on an essential element of these claims requires a showing that the debtor purchased or sold securities believing the market was free of manipulation. That's the key part right there. That the market was free of manipulation, which is what they're getting to. If Metamaterials has already admitted through its, settlement with the SEC that there was manipulation, and hello, they were the ones manipulating the market, how can you make a claim for securities violations if the market was not free of manipulation? Here, because the debtor itself distorted the market through its own manipulation, it cannot, through the trustee, establish the reliance necessary to assert securities law claim against the non-parties. Third, the subpoena constitutes impermissible harassment. The trustee's billing records reveal a year-long campaign to identify litigation targets and develop theories of liability before serving the subpoenas. By August 2024, the trustee was developing damages models and conducting conflicts checks for her list of potential defendants. Further, the trustee does not need the non-parties' information. Indeed, in the cases the trustee cites, Harrington, Northwest Biotherapeutics, and Mulholland Motive survived motions to dismiss on using only public data. And 2 weeks after the hearing, the trustees' same counsel filed Ingenious Group, Fee Securities, and versus Virtu and Citadel, alleging identical manipulation claims against two of the same non-parties here, based entirely on public information. This further confirms what non-parties have argued. The trustees' counsel already possesses sufficient information to attempt their claims. The claimed need for voluminous records, including internal trading data, is pretextual. The subpoenas seek to inappropriately gain a litigation advantage by abusing the applicable scope and process limitations in the court to presumably obtain information unavailable through the proper civil procedures. For these reasons and those set forth by the non-parties in the prior briefing, the subpoenas should be quashed. The trustee lacks standing because third-party stock trades are not property of the estate. It is well settled that the shares of the stock traded among third-party investors are not property of the corporation. The stock represents ownership interest in the company, which are owned by the shareholders themselves and are accordingly not the property of the company. The trustee's investigations thus rest on a fundamental and threshold legal error. The trustee incorrectly assumes that the debtor's publicly traded stock or trades of that stock among third-party investors in the secondary market constitute property of the bankruptcy estate. It does not, and any alleged cause of action related to the stock trades belong to the investors that traded the stock, not the debtor. The bankruptcy court imposes a fundamental limitation on the trustee's authority. A trustee may only pursue causes of action that constitute property of the estate. A bankruptcy estate's property includes all legal and equitable interests of the debtor in property as of the commencement of the case. This straightforward limitation, the estate's interests in legal claims, encompass only those actions that the debtor could have brought prior to when she filed the bankruptcy petition. The trustee's own authority confers her lack of property interest here. During the hearing, the trustee's counsel cited in R.E. Sorrento Therapeutics. Yeah, we remember that case. As purported evidence that trustee may seek trading-related information, but Sorrento actually stands for the opposite point. It involved stock in a separate non-debtor company, in which the debtor itself held a majority interest in, an actual asset of the bankruptcy estate. Whoopsies. In other words, the debtor in Sorrento was a third-party shareholder of a non-debtor company, and the debtor needed to identify the other shareholders in separate company to ensure proper delivery of proxy materials for a shareholder meeting that directly affected the debtor's ability to govern and protect its own investment in a separate non-debtor company. Unlike Sorrento, the trades at issue here involve a stock in metamaterials bought and sold by third parties in a secondary market transaction in which metamaterials was not involved, and so the estate has no property interest in the stock. Sorrento thus confirms that a trustee may investigate trading activities only when the debtor has an actual property interest in a non-debtor stock at stake, precisely what's missing here. The trustee cannot bring the claims because they belong to the investors. I think that's pretty well explained by above. MMTLP and Torch cannot constitute estate property. The subpoenas seek information about 3 stock symbols, MMAT, MMTLP, and Torch. As demonstrated above, stock owned by third parties is not estate property. Regardless, MMTLP and Torch cannot constitute estate property for the independent reasons that the trustee has disclaimed any interest in MMTLP, and both MMTLP and Torch have ceased to exist before the filing of the debtor's bankruptcy petition. Womp, womp, womp. In any event, the debtor is admittedly insolvent, so they have no equity, including MMAT, when it filed for its bankruptcy under Chapter 7 of the Bankruptcy Code. Oof. So, wow. So, that's interesting. I mean, it makes sense. So, since it's Chapter 7, the equity no longer exists. It's no longer trading. There can be no security claims. Like, say if it was Chapter 11, there's still at least the possibility of a go-forward interest for shareholders, even if that is shockingly thin and transparently almost non-existent. So, yeah, it makes sense that potentially there could be some claims there for shareholders that could go forward. But since this went to Chapter 7, goodbye, shareholders. There is nothing there for you. The company's insolvent and is being liquidated. Therefore, no interest for you. Therefore, there are no equity claims. That may just disassemble this whole thing all at once. Like, I don't know, maybe, like, when I listened to the hearing, it sure sounded like the bankruptcy judge was going with, the trustee. But if this argument holds with the court, that could be very damning. Like, I knew that first part there, this part, duh. But the second part, that you went to Chapter 7, there are no equity claims anymore because there's no equity stake. Like, it's been liquidated. The company is liquidating. There are no shareholders anymore. They do not exist. They ceased to exist the moment you filed the bankruptcy. That just kind of blows a hole in everything. I don't think people will realize that at first glance, but that, this statement here, I know you have to keep going on because you need to make every possible legal argument to cover all your bases, but I think if you stopped there, you'd be pretty good. You can't have equity claims in a stock for which there is no equity anymore. I mean, a company that has no equity interest anymore. MMTLP was MetaMaterials Series A preferred stock provided as a dividend representing 100% of the common stock in Eckbridge Hydrocarbons, a subsidiary of MetaMaterials. The trustee, however, has repeatedly disclaimed any interest in MMTLP, arguing that the owners of the MMTLP stock do not have constitutional standing to participate in the Chapter 7 case. Because they represented the interest in NBH as a legally separate entity. The trustee has made similar representations in other courts. In the FINRA motion to quash proceedings, an MMTLP shareholder sought to intervene. The trustee opposed the motion to intervene on the basis that the shareholder is not an interested party and consequently lacks standing to intervene in the discovery dispute between the trustee and FINRA. That's another good point. Tellingly, the trustee affirmatively stated that in the NRE Metamaterials bankruptcy only involves the ticker MMAT. These statements are judicial admissions and alone are a basis for finding lack of standing and quashing the subpoenas. My thoughts on the whole, on the whole subpoena case, or the whole metamaterials bankruptcy in general, because my feelings in this is that I don't think they should get the subpoenas, and it's really hard to get a read on the judge right now because the judge made it sound like that he seemed to be going along with the trustee until they decided to go with this new briefing schedule because they wanted to iron out some of these things that seemed like the judge was confused about. But I don't think that there's any legal basis, especially when you get into the argument that's going on. Where was it again? Yeah, Chapter 7 means that there is no equity interest. And if there's no equity interest, then you can't have claims that belong to a thing that does not exist. And aside from the fact that the estate can't pursue equity claims because the ownership of that equity belongs with the people who own the shares. You could make a very narrow case that at that limited point in time when a company issues the equity, that it has a claim because it's the seller at that one point in time. But every time after that, the claims belong with the shareholders or the whoever owns the stock at that particular time. So I don't think they have any standing. I truly believe this whole operation is for Wes Christian to find a back door to do his evil naked shorts and all the spoofing stuff through bankruptcy court, so he can, milk those juicy bankruptcy fees that bankruptcy lawyers get, and to basically use this like he started to try and do with Sorrento, use this as the proof of model that, hey, shitco, I know you're going bankrupt, but I can come in and help you. I can get money in for the estate to pay your creditors and pretend like I give a shit about your shareholders and line my pockets with a bunch of bankruptcy money. That's kind of bloodstained. And by pretending that I can, gin up these, spoofing and naked shorts claims, and you'll get paid and I'll get paid and you'll look really good for the creditors and it all works out for all of us, so pay me. I think that's what this is all about. It's about lining West Christian's pockets. That's all it's about. Do I think he'll get away with this scheme? No. I mean, that's my wishful feeling instinct at the beginning. I don't think he'll get away with it. I mean, time will tell, and we'll see how the judge responds to these arguments. I've seen cases that I think should definitely go one way or the other, and they don't. But, I mean, from my personal opinion, I sure as fuck hope he doesn't, because, I mean, this will just open the floodgates to more bankruptcy horse shit, as if we need more of it. But, yeah, he shouldn't. They shouldn't get away with the scheme. But, who knows? This is why that most civil lawsuits end in settlement, because who knows what comes out of it when you go to trial or when you're waiting for a judge's opinion. A judge's opinion is more likely to come out better than a jury trial. At least the judge knows the law, hopefully. But, I mean, it's hard telling sometimes. Sometimes you think something is pretty well a lock, and, a judge comes back and tells you, no, you're wrong. The history of MMTLP further underscores that it's not estate property. In December 2022, each holder of MMTLP received 1 share of NextBridge in exchange for each share of MMTLP based on holders as of the record date. So yeah, it's not estate property anymore. It was effectively spun out. In Paris, Delecto provides another independent bar to standing. The In Paris Delecto doctrine also independently bars any potential claims related to these stocks and trades of those stocks among third parties. The trustee stands in the shoes of the debtor. The trustee's claims are no stronger than they were when they were actually held by the debtor, and are, of course, subject to the same deficiencies as could have been asserted by the defendant had the action been instituted by the debtor itself. The in pari delecto doctrine has been applied by bankruptcy courts to bar trustees from pursuing claims on behalf of bankruptcy estates. The doctrine mandates the dismissal of claims when the debtor participated in the wrongdoing that was a substantial cause of the alleged damages. And the doctrine may be applied broadly in market manipulation cases. The debtor and defendant need not have engaged in the identical schemes for in pari delecto to bar the claim. See Peltz v. SHB Commodities Incorporated, applying the doctrine that even where the violation of the SEA appellee in the case is of a different quality than the market manipulation in which the appellant participated, the lack of an identical nature does not destroy the defense. Oof, that sucks for whoever has to deal with that. Even when insiders, such as managers of the company, perpetuated the scheme, a trustee is barred from recovering from others when for its own wrongdoing. Donald v. What is that? I don't know if that's Fidelity or whatever this is. FID, National Title Agency of Nevada. Here, the debtor and its insiders orchestrated the market manipulation the trustee is now attempting to attribute to others. Fair. The company did settle. As the trustee herself admitted, the SEC filed charges against MetaMaterials and its leadership, alleging that they manipulated the company's stock in 2021 by improperly issuing a stock dividend prior to a merger between MetaMaterials' predecessor companies. The SEC's charges against the CEOs of Metamaterials and Torchlight Energy Resources Incorporated proceeded in federal district court. Their misconduct and knowledge of the scheme are imputed to the corporation. The trustee has been working with the former CEO. Oh, this is what I was looking for. Oh, this is what I've been looking for the whole time. Why was George so buddy-buddy with the trustee? And here we go. The trustee had been working with the former CEO, George Palikaris, one of the individuals whom the SEC has sued. So closely they've been considered a joint privileged agreement. Ah! Oh. Oh. Yeah. This has been out since the 16th. Yeah, no wonder none of the baggies have been talking about this. It fucking buries them in a ditch. Relatedly, the debtor also settled a class action case alleging violations of federal securities laws on behalf of investors in metamaterial securities. The debtor, therefore, cannot pursue third parties for conduct in which it and its insiders participated, and accordingly, neither can the trustee. Oh, that's like a death nail. The trustee cannot satisfy securities law standing requirements, even if the trustee's investigation concerned property of the state, which it does not. She also lacks standing to bring claims against the non-parties under the federal securities laws. To bring a market manipulation claim, the trustee would need to show the debtor was a purchaser or seller of securities. That's the key first one. The trustee has not and cannot show that either of the foregoing, each of which independently deprive her of standing, unless they want to narrow it to times of issuance, which, when has Metamaterials issued shares? I can't recall it off the top of my head. I'm sure someone will correct me later, but it's 9:30 and my brain is 3 beers in and I'm not recalling it all that well. On October 31st, 2024, the trustee stated that her investigation in aid of potential litigation related to suspected stock manipulation. At the hearing, she clarified that she seeks to bring Sections 10b and Rule 10b-5 claims, but the trustee cannot satisfy the standing requirements. Under Section 10b, it is unlawful for any person to use or employ in connection with the purchase or sale of a security any manipulative or deceptive device or contrivance in contravention of such rules and regulations as the Commission may prescribe as necessary or appropriate in the public interest or for the protection of investors. To assert a claim under this provision, the trustee must plead 1. Use or employment of a manipulative or deceptive device or coercive contrivance, sinister, wrongful state of mind, a connection with the purchase or sale of security, reliance, often referred to as the transaction causation, 5. Economic loss, 6. Loss causation, i.e. a casual connection between the manipulative or deceptive device or contrivance and the loss. 2 defects, each dispositive, deprive the trustee of any standing. First, it's black letter requirement that the plaintiff class for proposed Section 10b and Rule 10b-5 private damages actions is limited to the purchasers and sellers of securities. Yeah, they didn't do either of that, so they can't. Importantly, the debtor must have been a purchaser or a seller. Second, the trustee also has no standing due to the debtor's own misconduct. Here we go again. Like in the in pari delicto doctrine discussed above, and Section 10b and Rule 10b-5 have a similar limitation that deprives the trustee of standing. An essential element of market manipulation claim is that the purchase or sales were made in reliance on an assumption of an efficient market free of manipulation. If they were already manipulating the market, tough peanuts. And yeah, I don't think we need to rely on the harassment stuff all that heavily. And we'll move that over. But yeah, if that's the arguments that the three parties involved, Citadel, Virtu, and Anson Funds, are going with, I think those are a lot more solid than I thought they would be. Like, don't get me wrong, some solid, like, those are some pretty, like, banger arguments. It'll be interesting to see how the trustee responds, because I don't try and linger too much on one side of the story without hearing the other. But, like, just listening to that's really hard to come back from, especially when you get down to the facts of the matter. Like, we knew this was going to be an interesting case, especially since Berta and Palikaris were charged. The revelation there that, that they have that the former CEO and the current trustee have, like, this working joint agreement makes all the more sense when you've seen George Palikaris' tweets and how, brash he's been and everything about that. That's pretty fucking hilarious. I had always suspected something like that. And to get verified confirmation of how fucking shady this all is, A+. I need to go talk to Linda Reel about that one. Clip that out and send that to him, because I'm sure he'll get a kick out of that one. I really want to hear back from him about how shady that sounds to him, considering he used to be a former bankruptcy lawyer. I'm sure that'll be great to hear about. I wanted to get to this one because it was on the thumbnail, and I don't want to feel like too much of a dick about putting stuff on the thumbnail and then not getting to it. And it is relatively new news. So this is Ridley versus Sweepstakes Ltd. doing business as Stake. Also, I think in here was supposed to be Drake, if I remember correctly. Yep, there we go. Drake, Aiden Ross. We'll see how quickly... 22-page complaint. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. We can get through this pretty quickly, right? It's class action complaint. Nature of the action. This consumer class action seeks to stop Stake.us, an illegal online gambling platform promoted by Drake, Ross, and Nugent, also used by Drake, Ross, and Nugent to obscure transmission of money in furtherance of their ongoing music botting campaigns. Oh, have we got a RICO lawsuit? Yeah, we got a RICO lawsuit. I'm sorry, I gotta update some of the tags. I didn't realize we had a RICO lawsuit. I mean, a legitimate racketeering lawsuit, not like the bullshit meme stock racketeering stuff. RICO law. Interesting. Interesting indeed. All right. Stake.us, yeah. These are just about the parties and who they are. We could skip over those. I'll save us some pages. Jurisdiction and venue. Just saying that it belongs here. We can skip over that. This is about the parties. Factual allegations. Here we go. Skipped over some meaningless pages. Already to page 8. We're making breaking time. Stake.us has operated in the United States since 2022 and is one of the largest and most profitable illegal online gambling operations. Seems like we're poisoning the well, but okay, continue. I mean, it's probably true, though. I mean, a lot of these online gambling places are usually sus as shit. I mean, I can't prove that they're illegal gambling. They apparently feel that they can, and I'll let them. Hold on, let's see where they're going. Enable the recruitment of new American players. Stake.com was banned from operating in Virginia. Okay, well, at least we know it's illegal in Virginia. And indeed, anywhere in the United States. Stake.us was created by Stake.com's founders to bypass such restrictions. Stake.us is almost identical to Stake.com, as both websites offer the same or substantially the same content, including online casino games such as slots, table games, and live dealer games. Additionally, both offer gold coins and stake cash. Stake.us encourages users to play the casino games advertised on its website, and users are allowed to cash out for digital gifts or cryptocurrency. It's the traditional Japanese pachinko way of getting around gambling laws. Wheels, you're not gambling. You're winning prizes. Never mind that you can trade in those prizes down the street for cold hard cash. It's like going to Chuck E. Cheese. It's not a gambling. Why would you accuse us of gambling? We're not doing gambling. Despite offering online casino games, Stake.us holds itself out in its terms and conditions as a platform that does not offer real money gambling. I mean, yes and no. And claims that no purchase or payment is necessary to participate or play in Stake.us games. Stake.us homepage claims it provides the ultimate social, safe, and free gaming experience. However, these representations are misleading, as players are encouraged to wager gold coins or stake cash, or some combination of both, on the casino games, confusing consumers into believing that they are participating in harmless and free gaming, when in fact they are participating in gambling. Here's how it works. Stake offers users two types of virtual currency, gold coins and stake cash. Oh, anyone who's played in any pay-to-win game, hi, how you doing, War Thunder? Or any games like that where there's a two-tiered currency system. One's the shit coins that don't let you do fucking hardly anything, and one's the pay-to-win monetary version. You can already see where we're headed, the road we're headed down. Stake cash, on the other hand, can be cashed out at a 1-to-1 exchange rate for US dollars, and thus serves as a currency with which most bets are made. Users can buy gold coins or earn them through various promotions, and Stake characterizes gold coins as the primary currency for casual play. With each purchase of gold coins, however, Stake bundles a set quantity of Stake cash, which has actual monetary value and is the true currency with which Stake users place bets. Indeed, for every dollar spent on purchasing gold coins, Stake bundles a nearly equivalent amount of Stake cash. Oh, that's pretty transparent, if true. The Stake.us platform allows users to play casino games such as roulette and virtual slot machines, which are pure games of chance. The outcome of these games is determined by random number generators. Users may place stake cash on these online games with the prospect for a large payout, often many multiples of what the bet is. Stake's virtual casino games involve no skill or strategy, which is a key point of making it clear that it's gambling. If there's no skill or strategy involved, if it's just pure chance, that's gambling, especially if you're betting money on it. That's why games at your local carnival, like shooting the basket to win a prize. Well, you're winning a prize and it requires skill, even if the game is rigged. Stake also features live dealer games, which allow users to interact with human dealers and experience what it would be like if they were at an actual casino. Stake's live dealer games are filmed in a studio, and players may bet on the results, for example, of the spin of a roulette wheel or the next blackjack card. Stake's live dealer games, like their counterparts in a brick-and-mortar casino, are games of chance. No kidding. This generates revenue from unwitting and often vulnerable American consumers, incentivizing Stake.us to continually deceive American consumers and regulators. Stake.us conducts an illegal gambling business within the meaning of 18 U.S.C. Section 1955, including by operating casino-type wagering in violation of multiple state laws involving 5 or more persons in a substantially continuous operation with substantial daily revenue. This is the part where they're starting to try and establish the RICO operation. The enterprise, as it were. Publicly filed civil enforcement and consumer actions across multiple states accuse Stake.us of unlawful gambling operations, including Minnesota, South Carolina, Massachusetts, Alabama, Illinois, and California. These allegations are pleaded not for the truth of the underlying claims, but to demonstrate Stake's role, intent, common purpose, and predicate acts. That's another part of RICO that they need to establish. That there were predicate acts, more than 2. And I'm going to judge that based on multiple states, there's definitely more than 2. Stake's online operations also violate Virginia law, which prohibits online gaming. By providing a free and accessible online gambling forum accessible to customers in the Commonwealth, Stake is flagrantly violating Virginia law and jeopardizing the health and safety of Virginia residents. Stake.us's deceptive marketing practices and the role of Drake, Ross, and Nugent. Stake.com originally created as an online cryptocurrency casino that could be accessed, albeit unlawfully, by consumers in the United States by use of a VPN. Yeah, go figure. Just because you make something illegal doesn't mean that people who want to participate in it are going to be stopped. Also, I hate the hypocrisy of state gambling laws. In most states in which gambling is illegal, conveniently the state will run lotteries till their citizens' wallets bleed. If you think that gambling should be illegal in your state, but your state is using it as a mechanism to collect revenues, fuck you. And that includes my home state. Misleading statement deceives consumers into believing that they're participating in a harmless gameplay, when in fact, they're being lured into a real money gambling site. Drake, Ross, and Nugent have been zealous promoters of Stake. Drake has been paid by his own admission to the tune of $100 million per year. Christ, where do I get my cut? Drake, Ross, and Nugent have further incentives to promote and mask the true nature and intent of the conduct on and around Stake since at least 2022. Drake and those acting under his discretion, including Ross and Nugent, have made use of Stake.com and Stake.us to covertly finance the orchestrated procurement of botting and streaming farm activities to artificially inflate the number of plays attributed to Drake's catalog across major digital streaming services such as Spotify. Whew, that's quite the allegation there. Hello. No, I want this part. Stake.us facilitates this covert financing scheme through its user-to-user tipping and internal transfers that effectively obscure the identities of counterparties. Through these mechanisms, withdrawals are recorded merely as Stake transactions, concealing their true origins and recipients. These transactional features enable the concealment, covert routing, and distribution of funds to bot operators, intermediaries, and amplifiers integral to sustaining and expanding the artificial streaming and amplification operations. So, we have the elements. Now, you could say that, we could stop at Stake being the enterprise, but no. So, the elements of RICO is you have a legitimate business. Even though that Stake is illegal, they're saying that this is the legitimate business. It's a casino online that does online gambling. That is the entire business, the front, if you will, for the illegal operations within. So the scheme is using the tipping functions of Stake to covertly pay bots to push up the viewership on online media platforms to boost the numbers of people, bots, listening to their music. So I'm explaining this badly. Let's go get out the RICO stuff. So let me pull this up here. See if we got a good explanation here. No, let's see if we can get a better one. There we go. I'm not doing this right. RICO. So you have the enterprise. I know I'm using AI. Ooh, I just don't feel like digging for it. So an enterprise. So in this case, the enterprise is stake.us. A pattern of racketeering activity. That would be the sending tip. Leave the mic alone. That would be the transactions, the tips. Interstate commerce, I assume that's not necessary here. Let me see if we can. Okay, so yeah, there, we fixed it. Interstate commerce can be a part of it, but it's the enterprise, stake.us, a pattern of racketeering activity, has to be at least 2 predicate acts within a 10-year period. In this case, it's the transferring of the money to boost our record, the amount of time our music is listened to. Conduct and participation, that would be the defendants exchanging their money between all the bot factories. And causation, the injury to the the injury to the plaintiff. That's a little hard here because injury was a result of the defendant's RICO violation. The plaintiff suffered injury to their business or property. Who's the one that's charging them again with this? Who's the plaintiff? LaShawn Ridley, Tiffany Hines, stake users within the United States. That seems like a stretch to go RICO. Like, the actual, like I get it. The users are harmed by Stake the business conducting an illegal business inside the bounds of the state of Virginia, but that's not. The whole point of RICO is you have a front business that hides the actual criminal acts that are going on and that those criminal acts injured someone. So, like, if I was to say that Dollar General is part of a RICO conspiracy where they have, I don't know, a drug operation out the back of every Dollar General being ran by the very management of Dollar General, the enterprise is shared purpose, structure, and duration that can be formal or informal. Well, I guess like the enterprise would be the agent of pattern racketeering connected to an enterprise affecting interstate commerce and caused injury. Like, this is the big problem, though. Like, what injury was the music, like, sharing money across the like, accounts? Like, how did that affect them? Like, if you were part of the music industry and had a platform on Spotify, yeah, sure, bring this RICO claim. But, like, as a user of Stake, how does that affect you other than, like, you just bring the criminal charges for them running an illegal casino in the state of Virginia? It's a straightforward case. Why are we bringing RICO charges? Like, how were you affected by their attempts to, like, run a bot farm? For these reasons, among others, Drake and Ross maintains a monetized and closely interwoven relationship with Stake.us. Drake and Ross have exchanged high dollar amounts, tips, during the live streams, including a widely publicized six-figure transaction. These live streams are also used to promote Stake and push its gambling services onto Drake and Ross's millions of followers. Specifically, one Kick live stream captured an exchange of up to $100,000 tip among Drake and Ross via Stake, with another instance evidencing a $10,000 tip. Yeah, this is really falling apart real fucking fast. Like, economic overcharge and loss of the benefit of the bargain. Stake.us, a website developed on Stake.com, misrepresents to its customers that it offers a safe, free, and legal gaming service. I mean, not going to get an argument there. Stake characterizes itself as a social casino, which is intended to misrepresent the legitimacy of the platform's operations. According to Stake, a social casino refers to an online platform that offers a casino-style game for entertainment purposes without involving real money. Instead, we use tokens. Users can enjoy a variety of casino games, such as blah, 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 blah. This is false. Stake.us offers traditional gaming in casinos. Yeah, we got that. By masking its real money gambling platform as a free and safe social casino, Stake and defendants created a perpetual gambling environment. I mean, yeah, then, like, just bring those claims. Why does this need to be racketeering again? Like, why do we have all this extra horse shit about the whole bot farms and the tipping, and, like, it seems like you got a real good claim that they sold like false dealing or something like that, or fraudulent business practices or something. They said it was a free-to-play casino. It's just a gambling casino. Like, it just, and I'm not seeing where the evidence is for their claimed this is going to get dismissed on just on the base of a 12b6, like failure to state a claim. They tipped people. Like, what evidence do you have that they actually, the tipping was for paying bots? Like, what actual proof do you have of that? I'm not, like, you don't get to make on, like, I can write up a lawsuit too and claim a whole bunch of things. If I don't prove it, it's going to get tossed. Like, you don't get to make conclusory allegations. And that's what it sounded like. And I mean, you might have some really good claims if you just made a straight up lawsuit that says they're running an illegal casino in the state of Virginia. But then again, you probably wouldn't also have civil claims. Just go to your state government and have them fucking shut it down. But, like, the idea that, like, I get the feeling that they added this whole bot farm conspiracy thing. Like, I mean, I would like to believe it because, I mean, there's a lot of botting that does go on with Spotify. Just go look at, Barely Sociable's video on Spotify and all the shady stuff that goes on there. Like, I would be someone who would be open to believing this sort of thing. But you need to fucking prove it! Where's the proof? Where's the beef? I'm not seeing it here. I see a claim against, an illegal gambling institution that's tried to make a civil claim out of it, so they stapled this, like, RICO story onto it that just there's no evidence. I'm not seeing it. That's a disappointment. This was getting promoted all over X as something crazy, and you go read the complaint, and you find out really quick that it's not what it's presenting itself to be. What the hell? We'll try to go for one more hour. But before we do that, though, I'm going to take maybe one last break here, get a refill, and then we'll get set up for another thing here. I may at a later date get to that last one, because I don't think I'll get to it. There's some other things I really want to get to more than that one that's on the thumbnail, because it's just a shitty fucking crypto conspiracy theory thing. It's not really that big of a deal, but I like dunking on Mark Cohodes, so I want to get to that before this live stream ends. So I will be back shortly. I am also going to get a refill of water. Alrighty, let's see, where are we? So it's been a long while since we talked about Holbrook Holdings. Last time, I believe we left off, Mark got denied on his anti-SLAPP stuff, which meant that Mark had to actually respond to the claims in the petition. Now, this glass is nice and frothy. I won't let that overflow too much, or at all, hopefully. Which means we need to let that head on that beer come down just a little bit. In the meantime, let's get this show on the road. So Mark was forced to answer to the complaint. We're not going to go through the whole complaint, which means hopefully we'll get done with this quick, because if you've known from the times that we have done response to the complaint, it's each individual line responding, and then at the end they announce their claims or responses. So we're going to skip over the whole each individual line responding to it, because it goes on forever like this. Just answering. It's really boring. So we're going to get straight to the meat and potatoes. Hopefully more of the meat. So these are the affirmative defenses that Mark Cohodes is going to go with. I don't think he's going to win on them, because Mark is kind of like Morantz. He likes running his fucking mouth, And it's gotten him in trouble already once. I mean, Overstock sued him and they had to settle, but here we are again, Mark running his mouth, and he might have gotten himself into a bit of trouble again. First affirmative defense, subject to the amendment and in order to not waive this affirmative defense, plaintiff's complaint fails in whole or part because the alleged statements are alleged implications are not false. Subject to amendment in order to waive the defense in whole or part because the alleged statements are implications do not assert a verily false facts. Subject to amendment, part because the extent in any statement's implication can be interpreted as asserting verifiable facts, and those facts are substantially true. In other words, he's saying he's telling the truth. I'm not lying. These statements are wholly truthful. His defense is that they're just true statements, which I don't know about that. Plaintiff to, it says here, subject to amendment, plaintiff fails to, in whole or part, as does not expose plaintiff to hatred, contempt, ridicule, or obligatory, or cause plaintiff to be shunned or avoided, and that has a tendency to injure plaintiff in his occupation. Dude, you accused them of fraud. You said that they were working with Riley to more or less commit securities fraud. What the fuck are you talking about, my dude? I mean, if you want to go with that defense, you go ahead and knock yourself out, but I get the feeling that ain't gonna work out so hot for you, Chief. Just gonna say that right now. Like, I don't think that's gonna work out for you, bro. 1 second here. There we go. I just wanted to see how much battery life is maybe left on this. Because these headphones cannot be lasting much longer. Oh, wow. Says 80%. I don't believe that in the slightest. Tate Moran says his book is at 95 in just 3 days of being on the market. Yeah. I mean, he's got, what, 12,000 subs? I mean, that's like less than 1% of have bought the book. I mean, that's a possibility. It's still a lot more than I thought would buy it, but and it's probably optimistic, but I mean, and you've also got to factor in there that, like, even if his family situation is bad, if you publish a book, like, how many members of your family did you get probably to buy it? I mean, they're probably not going to read it. It's just going to go up on the shelf, but I mean, that's part of, like, the whole selling the book. Fourth affirmative defense. Subject to amendment, in whole or in part, plaintiff's complaint in whole or in part as it does not expose plaintiff to, yeah, we went over that, and I'm pretty sure it does. Fails in whole or part as alleged, as the alleged language, although may be considered unpleasant and annoying, does not constitute liable. You accused them of fraud. Because it's some or all the alleged statements or implications are not reasonably susceptible of defamatory meaning. What? Oh my goodness. What? Subject to amendment. Plaintiff's complaint fails in whole or part because Holbrook is a public figure. For the purpose of all matters alleged in the complaint, Holbrook cannot prove that Cody's published any statement or implications with actual malice. I don't know about that, bro. Plaintiff's complaint fails in whole or part as any alleged libelous statements are nothing more than the expressions of opinions. I think that you committed fraud. I don't know. Some of those statements, if I recall, were pretty definitive. Plaintiff's complaint fails in whole or part because Holbrook's reputation in the community was not changed by the acts or omissions. It doesn't matter if it's defamation per se. They don't need to prove actual damages. They just need to prove that they were defamatory statements and they were false. Plaintiff's complaint fails in whole or part because Holbrook had not suffered any action. Again! They don't need to prove that if it's per se defamation. Plaintiff's complaint fails in whole or part because any injuries or damages alleged suffered by Holbrook were not proximately caused by the acts or omissions of Codes. I strongly doubt that. Plaintiff's complaint fails in whole or part because Holbrook's damages, if any, are vague, uncertain, and speculative. Doesn't matter. It's per se defamation. They don't need to fucking prove damages. They just need to say that that they were false, and if they were of a particularly false character, like, I don't know, accusing them of a fucking crime. Oh, Mark, don't stop being you. Plaintiff is not entitled to punitive damages from Cody's because Cody's alleged conduct does not require the requisite level of culpability to justify an award for such damages. Sure, if you want to go with that. Plaintiff's complaint fails in whole or part because Cody's conduct was legally justified and or privileged and cannot give rise. It wasn't privileged. You weren't telling it to some law enforcement agent. You weren't like, you blasted it openly on social media multiple times. It wasn't privileged. Oh my God. It's the most... Mark, what are we going to do with you? Ah, yes. Most recent thing to happen in James Fishback's litigation life. For those of you that have been paying attention, you might know that James Fishback is a groiper moron currently running for governor in the state of Florida and is just best buds with Bill Pulte. Sounds like a class act. Getting the neo-Nazi band back together. He, however, has a bigger problem that he's than this, namely that he's being more or less accused of having a relationship with a minor who was 16 while he was in his mid-20s. Oopsies. And there's been a lot of fallout from that, but so that's kind of taken a backseat to this. But this is the case that was filed in the Northern District of Florida, basically trying to collect on their judgment. When we last left off, I believe it was... this here at the beginning of December, where the court deferred on the motion to compel, where they were trying to get his company and take his company from him, among other things. And so the court was, and the response from the court was basically, hey, wait and give him a chance to respond. And I believe last we left off, we got to this part here where the, I know they responded to the court and basically said, hey, you can't keep asking us to keep doing this shit response to the court's order, it was this one. You know, you can't keep expecting us to have to keep chasing James Fishback around when he's made it clear publicly that he says he ain't paying a shit. He's going the Houston Wade route of I ain't paying them. I ain't paying no pedo money. When he got that defamation judgment for being a little shit. But on the 22nd, we got some new information. So creditor's motion for judgment on the garnishment pleadings was filed on the 22nd. So this was after our last show, but before Christmas. Amazing. this one is not the one I'm probably going to have to explain. It's the next one, because people don't know the difference between civil and criminal contempt. We'll explain it for you, though. Judgment on creditor's motion for garnishment pleadings. On August 15, 2025, Greenlight filed this motion for writ of garnishment. The court issued a post-judgment writ of garnishment directed at R.J. O'Brien for accounts held by the judgment debtor James Fishback. On August 26th, pursuant to Florida statutes, they were noticed of the garnishment. R.J. O'Brien failed to file an answer to the writ on September 19th, 2025. As a result, Greenlight files its notice of R.J. O'Brien's failure to answer the writ and mailed said notice to Fishback. Fishback failed to move to dissolve the writ within 20 days after service. On October 30th, 2025, R.J. O'Brien failed to answer its answer of garnishee disclosing one account held by Fishback as of the date of the writ of garnishment. On October 30th, 2025, also, by the way, this is shit you don't do. If you are a garnishee who has funds that are directed at someone who has a judgment, or a judgment debtor, this can get you in trouble along with them. Just for the record, you may be the next one with contempt proceedings. On October 30th, Greenlight served via mail Fishback the garnishee's answer and writ of garnishment and notice of right to dissolve pursuant to Florida statutes. At Fishback's last known address in Madison, Florida, as well as the address provided by R.J. O'Brien. R.J. O'Brien's answer to the writ shows that it is holding property for Fishback totaling $487. This is stuff you have to do when you're a judgment creditor. It seems really petty, all this work for $487. Also, it makes things much worse if you're the judgment debtor, because all of this extra legal shit that they are going to have to do and all these extra legal bills, they get to add that onto your judgment amount. Oh. Fishback has not moved to dissolve and otherwise respond, therefore, in the time has passed, Greenlight respectfully requests the court to enter final judgment and garnishment against garnishee R.J. O'Brien for the amount of $400.87 in possession. Okay. Plaintiff's motion for civil contempt and sanctions. This is where we get fun. Now, civil contempt is not criminal contempt. Criminal contempt is where you can go to actual prison. Civil contempt is a little different. Civil contempt has, normal, like, sanctions. Like, I mean, they could, let's see here. What's some of the punishments that they could do? In other words, the contemptor is punished as long as they refuse to perform an action. And it can be direct or indirect. Direct contempt occurs directly within the view of the court. Indirect is outside of the view of the court. That's pretty clear. So yeah, it's usually monetary and stuff like that with its civil contempt. So there's usually no criminal penalties involved. And the goal is to try and get the party to appear. I mean, like civil contempt, they can still send out a bench warrant. I mean, like for example, like a version of civil indirect contempt. Say you get served with a subpoena, and you don't respond to the subpoena, and they go for their motion to compel you to come into court, and you don't do it. So they send out a bench warrant on a civil indirect contempt. You were issued a subpoena. You evaded the subpoena. You still have a legal obligation to apply to answer the subpoena. And so you get a bench warrant sent out. And that means anywhere you go, the cops can look up and see the bench warrant and haul you off and set you in like, you know, temporarily until you can go in front of the court and be like, look, you got this. You got this subpoena. And then it may from there go to criminal contempt, where it's like, oh, I'm not going to answer the fucking subpoena. And then they could throw you in jail until you respond to the subpoena and cure the contempt. So we're not at the stage of criminal contempt yet. We're at civil. I know a lot of people online that are fishback haters, especially in the conservative community in Florida, have been like, oh, it's criminal contempt. No, it's civil contempt right now. Right now. I mean, he can make it worse by ignoring this. But right now, it's just civil contempt. So we're not at that stage yet. Don't get crazy. You can nail James Fishback on the shitty stuff he's doing. You don't. This is the biggest problem I have with conservatives when we get into talks like this. They got to make up shit to make someone sound worse than they actually are, when the shit that they do is already worse enough. You don't need to make up shit. Anyway, plaintiff's motion for civil contempt and sanctions. Plaintiff, judgment creditor, Greenlight Capital, files this motion seeking entry of an order substantially in the form attached as Exhibit A to hold defendant and judgment debtor James Fishback in contempt for additional sanctions due to his failure to comply with the court's discovery order. In support, Greenlight states as follows. Relevant facts. On June 3rd, 2025, Greenlight served discovery upon James Fishback that contained 55 document requests and a deposition date. After multiple extensions and accommodations provided by Greenlight, Fishback made a very limited production on August 26, 2025. The initial production was woefully deficient, as out of the 55 documents requests, Fishback only responded with one request and produced his tax records from 2018 through 2023. Given his failure to comply, Greenlight was forced to file a motion to compel Fishback to compliance with the documents requests. Rather than complying and producing the documents requests, several of which he originally agreed to provide, Fishback filed a series of untimely, meritless objections, which the court flagged as insufficient and required Fishback to file an amended response by October 31st, 2023. Fishback never filed a response. I think at this point he's pro se on these debt collection stuff. Usually most judgment creditors are. I mean, at this point, other than, you know, what's your rights to answering to a subpoena or handling this sort of stuff, you don't really need a lawyer on tap all the time. Anyway, the outstanding documents required under the discovery order include those identified in the documents requests and all of the materials Fishback agreed to produce during his August 29th, 2025 deposition, which included 1. His 2023 tax returns, 2. Records of any 2025 payments from Azora Capital, his, I don't want to call it hedge fund, that gives it a little too much, his financial thing that he ran his ETF out of. So, 3, all RJ O'Brien account statements and his account statements reflecting a zero balance, all documents related to loans made or received, and 5, the confidentiality agreement with Azora Capital. Before the deadline to produce the documents required under the discovery order, Fishback produced a PDF document that he alleged constituted the accounting of payments he received from Azora Capital. The purported accounting was a PDF that purports to show the distributions that Fishback received from Azora Capital in 2025. This document was not authenticated or otherwise appeared to originate from any legitimate source. Not only was the purported accounting deficient, but Fishback also failed to produce any additional documents. In sum, more than 31 days have passed since the November 20th, 2025 deadline for Fishback to comply with the court's discovery order, and he continues to scoff at his obligations under the discovery order. Fishback has also failed to file a notice of production on the docket. Prior to his filings of the instant motion, counsel for Greenlight conferred with Fishback concerning his failure to provide the outstanding documents. Fishback simply responded, "How am I supposed to produce something I don't have?" suggesting he does not have any responsive documents to produce. Attached here too is Exhibit B, is the email correspondence with Fishback. This is a ludicrous response. It's unfathomable that Fishback does not have possession, custody, or control of any of the documents requested in the outstanding documents. For instance, Fishback claims he cannot produce the documents related to the following. This should be fun. All documents relating to any business, partnership, cooperations, or LLC in which Fishback holds or held an interest, including financial statements, tax returns, governing documents, and ownership records. All records relating to contracts, agreements, business interests, joint ventures, transfers of assets or funds, and the ownership, use, or location of any property or equipment. All documents evidencing real or personal property and or other tangible or intangible assets, including vehicles, jewelry, wristwatches, precious metal stones, or any similar assets. This reminder for those who've not been paying attention to the story, Mr. Fishback had to have his Tesla seized, which he was hiding at the house of the CFO of his hedge fund thing, Azora Capital. It was at his house to hide it from the judgment creditors, Greenlight Capital. They had to get the U.S. Marshal involved to go seize his Tesla. He's been seen in his photo ops for governor with fancy wristwatches, fancy clothes, and other luxury items. The idea that he thinks people are that fucking stupid is hilarious. All records of financial accounts of any kind, including banks, savings, credit union, brokers, investments, retirement, pension, annuity, insurance, or trust accounts. As someone who is a financial guy, I doubt very much that there is none of this. I don't know if they really have any access to his retirement accounts. I wouldn't think so. Pension, maybe. Annuity, I doubt he has that. Trust accounts, sure. Credit union, definitely. Including bank and savings, yep, you better believe it. But all the rest of that, I'm not so sure. All documents concerning security, stocks, bonds, yeah, they definitely, this guy's a finance guy. Of course, he's probably got stuff like that lying around. And you need to show that you don't, or you do, because they can seize it. There's very little that's protected from a judgment creditor. If you owe money and they've got you, and they can serve you and they have you within your grasp, you're kind of fucked. Any other records reflecting assets, liabilities, or financial income or business activities. Fishback is CEO and shareholder of multiple entities. Oh, multiple entities. I only knew about Azora Capital. And according to his deposition testimony on August 29th, 2025, he is the sole shareholder of Azora Partners. Okay, interesting. I assume that Azora Partners is the parent company for Azora Capital. Despite holding the executive and ownership roles, Fishback has represented that he possesses no documents relating to these entities. Cool story, bro. Fishback owns real property in Madison, Florida, and Washington, D.C. Yeah, we know about his houses in both of those places. Stop it. Stop. Oh, did they just format that stupidly so that's kind of out there outside of the... yuck. Fishback previously owned a Tesla Model Y, and upon information and belief pays for a Tesla Model 3 that he uses daily. Fishback has bank accounts. Fishback has bank accounts with the Bank of America and J.P. Morgan Chase. Fishback also has an investment account with R.J. O'Brien. Fishback owns a luxury Cartier watch, which he wears to this day. Yeah, that was the watch I was talking about in his like governor photos. It is simply incredible that Fishback is unable to produce records that are responsive to his outstanding documents. Fishback has made clear his intentions to avoid paying the judgment. This is where it gets fun. Fishback has made it clear that he has no intentions to comply with the court's orders or make any payments towards the satisfaction of the judgment. For instance, in a post on X, Fishback stated publicly that he will not pay the judgment. We'll get to Exhibit D. Fishback also stated publicly in interviews his refusal to pay the current judgment. Oh, there's an interview. Let's see where this goes. Just out of curiosity. Oh, come on, guys. You can't give us a direct timestamped link. You're just going to give us the interview. Let's see if they give us a quote. I'm telling you right here, right now on the record. All right, let's see here. I've got cheat codes I know how to use. Where's the transcript? Here we go. Let's roll this beautiful beam footage.
Dennis, I bought it on eBay. I bought it used on eBay. We drove
You
out
bought
to
it used.
Dallas to pick it up. It was 50 grand or something, right? I mean, I didn't. I think it'd be one thing if they confiscated a Bentley. They confiscated a 3-year-old Model Y Tesla, right?
Okay.
And they did that because a judge exacted a penalty for me not paying their legal fees. And I'm just telling you right here, right now, on the record, I'm not going to pay $250,000 in my billionaire ex-boss's legal fees when he is pursuing lawfare against me. If you want to come and you...
It's not lawfare. You admitted to the judgment. It was a consent judgment. You decided to like consent to that judgment rather than pursue continued legal claims. It's not lawfare. You owe the money. You admitted to it. Like, get over your fucking self. You owe this money now. Like again, like I said, this is fucking Houston Wade shit. Oh, I'm not gonna pay them. I ain't gonna pay for this lawfare from this evil person who's taking money out of my pocket. Not how that works.
You want to take my car and you want to take this, that, the other, so be it. I'm just not going to play that game. I'm not going to give in.
Is it fair to say that some of what it is that we're reading in these documents are a toggle between sort of skirting the fact that you don't want to pay
These jump
because
cuts.
you don't believe you should?
These jump cuts make me really worried about how much of this is getting left on the cutting room floor rather than this being an actual. Also, how do you have 31 subs and only 731 views on this video? Let me see what else that we're doing a deep dive now. Like, how much regular views do you get on this channel? 1.3K, 120 views from your last video that was 9 hours ago. 800, 700, 600, 2K, 1K, 1K, 7 from the Fishback video, 6. Oh, that's not even K. That's like 600, 700, 500, 600, 600. Like, shit. I think between all the platforms I stream on, I pull on more views than this guy on a more consistent basis. Does he have live streams? Okay, here we go. Okay, never mind. So 1.1, 1.6, 1.4, 1.7, 500, 100, 400. A lot of these are from a long time ago. These most recent ones are like interesting. Okay, well now I know why Fishback is on here. Makes more
Should
sense.
pay. I think we've all been there where we've had, and I'm not defending you. I'm defending the situation. We've all had somebody come after us for unfair reasons, like, no, I'm not paying it. I'm just not paying it. And you figure a way not to pay it. Is that kind of like what we're doing right now?
Well, yes, sure.
Okay.
The truth is that when my former boss, who is worth $5 billion, is trying to pursue a $250,000 judgment that a judge, the same judge who ruled against President Trump earlier this year in New York.
Oh, we're gonna fucking play that game? Fuck off, dude. Fuck right off. You consented to the judgment. Like, what part of this is hard to grasp? You threw in the towel. You could have kept fighting. You chose not to. Get over it. Like, this has nothing to do with the judge. This has everything to do with you. And this is the big thing about James Fishback. That is probably the thing that I despise fucking the most. His inability. Like, this is why me and Amy talk about him. He's exactly like the rest of the meme stock people we cover. His inability to take responsibility for his own stupid fucking actions is irritating to no end. You chose to stand down. You threw in the towel. That has nothing to do with the judge. At that point, when you choose to take a stipulated judgment and resign, the only thing the judge does is put a stamp and a signature. That's it. Like, the judge's decision is just a formality. You both have decided that this is the way it's going to go. Unfucking believable.
New York City, that he wants to use that as a means to confiscate my family's assets, my dad's own car. Technically legally in my name, but my dad was using it. He needed that.
It doesn't fucking matter. The judgment is against you, and if the car is in your name, get fucked.
Car. If that's his game that he wants to play as revenge for me suing him first, leaving his firm and starting a competitor, that's fine.
Okay, you dropped the defamation. You dropped that lawsuit because it was patently worthless. I mean, I can go dig that one up too. It was a horseshit lawsuit, and there's a reason why you dropped it. Because it was a horseshit lawsuit.
Now look, if this was a genuine debt that I took on because it was a student loan or...
It was in one of those cases. One of those was a lawsuit for defamation. The other was a promissory note. It was a legitimate debt, you fuckwit. Like, I get that having Dennis here in the room who can't fact check your fucking stupidity is really easy to get away with this shit. But for everyone else who knows how to operate a fucking Pacer account or look on Court Listener knows you're a lying piece of shit. You ain't fooling fucking anybody but idiots. It's a really low bar to clear.
A credit card debt? I think that's very different. My billionaire ex-boss is going to do just fine without 250 grand from me and my family. What he
Oh, cry me a fucking river.
Why would a billionaire go after little old you?
And now he's just going to get right in there and just fucking jerk him off. Like, I can see now why he's on this live stream, because this guy isn't interviewing him. He's giving a free fucking blowjob. Anyway. Later in the interview, when the interviewer suggests that Fishback might be trying to avoid the payment judgment because Fishback does not agree he should pay it back, Fishback agreed, confirming that the judgment, he did view the judgment differently, even going so far as to say he didn't consider it a debt. Yep. What he considers a debt should be paid as a credit card debt or a student loan, and certainly not a judgment that has been rendered against him. This demonstrates Fishback's intent to disregard the judgment. the ultimate order of any court and to continue to ignore orders of this court calculated to aid or facilitate the payments of the judgment. This was not a mistake or an oversight by Fishback. To be clear, the judgment was registered in this court concerns an unpaid debt by Fishback. Yeah, that we just talked about. Greenlight has shown that Fishback breached the terms of the first note by failing to pay the outstanding balance by the maturity date and by failing to cure the breach within 5 days. The breach constituted a default. Despite this, Fishback continues to thumb his nose at the judgment, disregards requests for production of documents in aid of execution of the judgment, and ignores the court's orders. Relief requested. Fishback disregards his obligations to produce the outstanding documents and also defy the court's authority by failing to produce a single document in response to the discovery order. Accordingly, Greenlight requests the entry of an order of this court holding Fishback in contempt for his failure to comply with the court's valid discovery order, and 2, opposing sanctions including reasonable expenses and attorney's fees incurred by Greenlight in bringing this motion. Basis for relief: sanctions in the form of attorney's fees and civil contempt are available under Rule 37. Rule 37 sanctions: a party that fails to adhere to Rule 34 discovery can be sanctioned under Rule 37. Specifically, Rule 37B authorizes courts to hold a party in contempt for failure to obey a discovery order. Prior to imposing a dispositive sanction under Rule 37, the court must find a willful or bad faith failure to comply with the discovery orders, but a court does not need to impose a lesser sanction if those sanctions would be ineffective. The violation of the discovery order is considered to be willful if it is demonstrated that the party consciously, I don't know why I stumbled on that, or intentionally failed to comply with the terms of the order. In addition to the entry of the civil contempt provided above, the court must order the disobedient party, the attorney advising that party, or both to pay the reasonable expenses, including attorney's fees, caused by the failure, unless the failure was substantially justified or the circumstances make an award of expenses unjust, which is probably unfortunately going to happen here. I mean, this dude's already gotten rang out for everything. I mean, that's what happened with Al from Boston when he tried to get sanctioned for his frivolous lawsuit. The court just waved it away because he be a poor. Civil contempt under the court's inherent power. District courts also have the inherent power to enforce compliance with orders through contempt. Argument. I mean, they're just going to rehash what they've already said. Yeah. Well, this gives us really what they want. Plaintiff judgment creditor Greenlight Capital requests this honorable court enter an order substantially in the form as attached, Exhibit A. 1. Holding Fishback in contempt for failure to obey the discovery order, imposing a $200 per day fine until such time as Fishback complies with the court's discovery order, imposing sanctions including reasonable expenses and attorney's fees incurred by Greenlight in the preparation and filing of this motion, and any other relief that the court deems just and proper. Yeah, well, fuck James Fishback. Wow. Like, I learned so much from that. I'm going to pull that over there so I remember to talk about that Saturday, because that was special. That was extra special. I knew about that, that filing, but I didn't, and I had sort of, like, I guess, glanced over that interview, but I hadn't really listened to it, and I'm not particularly surprised by Fishback's continued contempt, as it were, for the legal process, and contempt for the fact that he's kind of a fucking piece of shit. Well, we got like 11 minutes till 11. Already covered that. I don't think I'll get really to any of this stuff right away. Yeah. If we had more time, I would get to more of some of this here. That's not the stuff I want. It's this. It's this. Ah, yes, we'll deal with this. This, I think I will more deal with Saturday. But we did get an update in the defamation. Oh, that's too big. Can we make that small again? Smaller. There we go. So a bunch of social media personalities were sued by Andrew and Tristan Tate for defamation. That matter was dismissed, not with prejudice. They can cure it, but unlikely that they will, considering that they don't know who to serve with a lot of these. So we'll go over this filing really quick. It's like, what, 8 pages? And then, of course, maybe I'll deal with it more Saturday of the... I hesitate to call it a fight, considering how bad that Tate got fucking rocked. Let's see if we got a good facial that we could go with here.
Local time here in Dubai. Andrew Tate.
There you go. 2 black eyes, a cut above the eye. Thank you, sir, for getting your ass kicked for our amusement. Fuck you, as always. Order on December 4th, 2025, special set hearing. This matter having come before the court at a special set hearing on December 4th, 2025, on the following motions. Is ordered and adjudicated that parties' motions can be reduced to 3 issues: whether the plaintiff may sue John Doe defendants, whether there's a personal jurisdiction over the moving defendants, and whether the service on the moving defendants was proper. For these reasons set forth in the order, the court determines that 1, Florida law does not permit plaintiffs to sue John Doe defendants. Dismissal without prejudice is warranted for the lack of personal jurisdiction over the moving defendants. And 3, service on moving defendants was improper and hereby quashed. Plaintiffs cannot sue Doe defendants. The court argues with the moving Doe defendants that plaintiff may not sue John Doe defendants. The plaintiff's reliance on federal court authority is unavailing. Plaintiffs have failed to heed the court's repeated warnings that fictitious party pleadings was prohibited, and as a general matter, fictitious party pleadings are not permitted in federal court. Despite the court's order, plaintiff has not addressed the binding circuit precedent concerning fictitious party practice, nor shown how proposed expectations fits within the framework established by such precedents. Plaintiffs lack personal jurisdiction over moving defendants. Factual background, legal standard. Florida Supreme Court has established a 2-prong analysis for courts to consider when evaluating whether personal jurisdiction is proper. First, the court asks whether Florida's long-arm statute is satisfied such that the exercise of personal jurisdiction over the plaintiff's claims against the defendant is proper. The second, the court asks whether the defendant has minimum contact with Florida, such as the exercise of jurisdiction would comport with traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice. Yeah, Morantz is definitely a clown. The first prong of the analysis is statutory and governed by Section 48.193 of the Florida statutes. The second prong is constitutional and controlled by the United States Supreme Court precedent interpreting the Due Process Clause and impose a more restrictive requirement. In the context of a motion to dismiss for lack of personal jurisdiction in which no evidentiary hearing is held, the plaintiff bears the burden of establishing a prima facie case of jurisdiction over the movement. The court must accept as true all facts alleged in the complaint if they are not controverted by the facts in the defendant's affidavit. Where the defendant files affidavits showing a lack of jurisdiction, the burden shifts back to the plaintiff to show that the affidavit the basis for jurisdiction. In support of their personal jurisdiction argument in their various motions, moving defendants filed affidavits disputing any basis for the court to exercise personal jurisdiction over plaintiffs' claims against them. Plaintiffs failed to file any affidavit or declaration as required in support of their showing that this court has jurisdiction over the claim. Wow. How bad do your attorneys have to be that you can't even reach the basic bitch fucking bar of establishing jurisdiction? Even if plaintiffs had come forward with evidence, they would have had to establish all three elements as stated in Estes v. Roden. Whether the plaintiff's claims arise out of or relating to at least one of the defendant's contact with the forum, whether the non-resident defendant purposefully availed himself of the privileges of conducting activities within the forum state, thus invoking the benefit of the forum state's laws, and whether the exercise of personal jurisdiction comports with traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice. In this case, plaintiffs argued that the first element, but did not sufficiently plead or present evidence to make the requisite findings for the second and third elements. The court finds, based upon the evidence presented, that the defendants did not purposefully avail themselves of the privileges of conducting activities within Florida for the exercise of personal jurisdiction over these defendants would offend, and that the exercise of personal jurisdiction over the defendants would offend traditional notions of fair play and substantial justice. Yeah, that's one of the big things of defamation lawsuits dealing with the internet. Like, as a matter of how the internet works, anything could arise out of or relate to doing stuff in the forum state. The question is if it was directed into the forum state, and you can't say that me doing a live stream on the internet is particularly directed anywhere in any particular direction. It's posted onto the internet and people can access it, but it wasn't like I got on and did this live stream and said, I'm going to particularly direct this live stream to the state of Florida today. So in these traditional sort of defamation lawsuits, it's why you have to identify the person and then sue them in their home state, because they didn't posting stuff on the internet isn't directing it directly into any jurisdiction in particular. So you have to go to their home jurisdiction to sue them. Service on moving defendants is quashed. Related to service of process under 14.161, Florida statutes, when authorized by law, plaintiffs attempted substitute service on the moving John Doe defendants serving the Secretary of State. Plaintiffs did not include actual names of the John Doe defendants, did not send a copy of the process to any physical address, have not sufficiently set forth the party's concealment of whereabouts, and have not sufficiently established that they have exercised due diligence to locate and effectuate personal service. As such, to the John Doe defendants, plaintiffs do not meet the requirements of Florida statutes. As to plaintiffs' attempted substitute service, Florida law is clear that to support substitute service of process on a defendant, the complaint must allege the jurisdictional requirements prescribed by statute. And since they didn't do that, oopsies, then your service is kind of bullshit. The amended complaint does not include allegations that defendants Livingston concealed their whereabouts or the cause of actions against them arose out of any transaction into the state of Florida. Defendant's jury had sought to quash the service but was personally served thereafter and withdrew that portion of his motion. Plaintiff's omnibus motion for order to disclose user and account identification purposes for the identifying the true names and parties of defendants in the litigation is denied. Yeah, because they don't have subject matter jurisdiction. They don't have, not subject matter, they just don't have regular jurisdiction. Subject matter is totally different. I don't know why that popped into my head. Defendants John Doe, aka Crown Murders, motion to dismiss and improper service is granted. Jury's verified motion to quash service of process is granted. 3 John Doe defendants motion to dismiss and motion to quash improper service on the Secretary of State is granted. Defendant Nathan Livingston's motion to quash service and process motion to dismiss is granted. Defendant Eleanor K. Gannett motion to dismiss amended complaint for improper service process lack jurisdiction is granted. granting the defendant's motions is without prejudice. The plaintiffs have 20 days to amend their complaint. Any amendment shall name actual defendants and be supported by a good faith, fact-based basis for personal jurisdiction. Service of process shall occur consistent with the order and applicable by law. Plaintiffs have 60 days from the date of filing of any amended complaint to either effect service or process on the defendants. Till then, sit down and shut the fuck up. So they have 20 days to file an amended complaint. That probably will happen, and then 60 days to actually effectuate service. But since most of them are against John Doe defendants, I think that's going to be a big bar, and it's just going to get dismissed for lack of prosecution. And that's what happens when you try and do a SLAPP lawsuit against people you can't actually serve. It tends to fail. But yeah, that'll do it for tonight. It was fun spending this evening with you, going over a bunch of Houston Wade stuff, going over all sorts of different things. Didn't get to everything, but that's okay. That's, kind of what these extra extras are for. Save some of this stuff, I guess, pack it in. Maybe we'll be able to sneak it in Saturday. Maybe we'll talk about it on another extra. But till next time.